Welcome back once again, everyone, to now Championship Sunday, European edition, as we move into the finals here for the Circuit Playoff. I'm Gore Miser. Joining me this time on the desk is going to be none other than Alpha Jackal, who just provided you his voice for a lovely cast during the last set. And now we're going to be moving forward to Papis going up against Belt Slap. And Belt Slap, we just saw take down Smiley Face, a little bit of a turnaround there in Game 2, and it's provided an interesting narrative coming into this. It's a 5-game set, but they did just play Papis yesterday, and they lost 2-1. So, Alpha Jackal, what are you expecting to change? What does Belt Slap need to do to kind of pick up and maybe turn this one back in their favor?
I think they just need to clean up some of the individual mistakes they made on that Papis set yesterday. Maybe just have a look at a couple of bit more early game drafts, because they did allow Papis a bit more freedom in that early game than I would have expected them to. Because as we all know, Papis play incredible when they are allowed to get to a team fight stage, when allowed to get to the point where they group up, and Belt Slap should not have allowed them to get to that stage in the first place.
And Belt Slap already today, I think, have showcased a lot of adaptation from what we've seen out of them. I mean, the first time they faced Smiley Face on Friday, it was already kind of a rough game for them. So they've fixed some of those mistakes coming into facing them again. Now I expect to see something different as they come up against the Papis here going forward. And the Papis have been playing, I mean, we've been kind of joking about it a lot behind the scenes, where, I mean, they just disengage like no other team. If they decide they don't want to be in a fight, they're just not in it anymore. And it's insane to see it, but it's this history that this team has of playing together. I mean, they have been a unit cohesively for such a long time that it's not surprising to see. And you'll also notice that it is, on this side actually, a 1-0 lead for them, because they're coming from the upper bracket. They already have that game advantage. So the Papis only need to win 2 games. It's the same as any other set for them, whereas Belt Slap need those 3 wins. Do you think the Papis are going to be sweating it at all throughout this, or do you think they're pretty comfortable right now?
I think the fact that they managed to take down Belt Slap yesterday is going to give them the world of confidence that they need. They're not going to be sweating it. They still come into this potentially as the underdogs, because just of how proficient Belt Slap are. So they have nothing really going against them. If they do end up losing today, that's sort of the script. If they do end up winning, then hey-ho, that's a good storyline for them.
And it's just been such an interesting weekend for them, because they were notably picking things like the Kumba solo, the Nemesis in the jungle yesterday, but I think Chekio, as well as a little bit of Warchi, were maybe the ones kind of stealing the limelight. A lot of play coming down from the mid lane specifically, like you're seeing right now, where he has just been essential in the middle of a lot of these fights. Anytime things maybe were going a little bit south for the team, Chekio was able to pick things up and pull them right back into their favor.
Yeah, he's playing gods that other mid laners aren't really touching right now. Discordia was one that I'm surprised we didn't see too much more of from other players. Nuwa really stood out to me as one of the picks that did well, despite the fact that they did end up losing that game. And then you see highlights there of Dacilla. Just piloted all 3 different gods, different play styles as well across the board, and just, you know, he showed the capability of being this team player, this team carry that he needed to be.
Mm-hmm. And so far, it's been doing a ton for them this weekend. Again, they've dropped 1 game every set they've played, but they've won every set they've played as well. So that's going to be something that, well, Belt Slap are going to have to keep a hold on and an eye on as we move forward into picks and bans for game number 1 here, because this is maybe the most important, right? You're down 1-0 at the very beginning, and if you win, it's 1-1. You're just playing a best of 3 from that point forward. It's just the first to 2 wins. But if you go down 2-0 here and the Papis are 1 game away from winning, you're starting to feel the pressure immediately in this set. So Belt Slap are going to have to change it up. And as we get into bans, are there any picks that you think are, you know, maybe stylized target picks that either of these teams could ban out? Or is this going to be more of a meta ban phase for the first game?
I think to begin with, you're going to see 3 meta bans. You're going to see the Persephone and the Morrigan definitely going to get banned away. The Sobek, kind of a meta ban, but also kind of a target ban against Trickstern, considering how well he's been piloting it. I think against the Papis and also against Belt Slap, you have to look at the Ganesh as a potential pick, as a potential ban as well, just considering how good Drake Marino and Trickstank are at this pick. And then the last thing which I would say Belslap could look to ban away is the Kumbhakana. It caused havoc for them in that set yesterday. Even though it didn't have the pressure in the lane, even though it gave them a lane to put pressure in and invade on, the come to late game fights, the Kumbhakana was too much for them to handle.
It is a very interesting world we live in where Kumba, of all things, could get banned out here. But so far, like you had highlighted, a lot of support focus. The Aphrodite banned away as well. And something we actually saw against Beltslap earlier was a little bit of focus. It didn't come until the second ban phase, but a little bit of sprinkling in on the Kali, a little bit of the Bakasura, the Daji in there as well to try and control Johnny. But so far, none of the junglers are on the list. It's going to be that Kumba that you called for. And at this point, you still got Persephone, you still got Morgan. I expect those to be the last two.
Yeah, and surprised that Papis elected to ban out the Morrigan. I'm thinking that if they let that through, Beltslap would have let both of them through, and at which point you most likely would take the Morrigan over the Persephone, just given that you take it away from Zeros. We got both mid lane mages have been banned, so the board is open for the Papis here to take something that they like. Ram was a choice for them almost exclusively for the ADC position the last time these two teams played, so it could also be a Ram first pick here, and there it is once again.
And doing exactly what you would expect, right? You're already comfortable on it. You know Warchi likes to play it. The only other thing I think we've gotten to see him pull out as often is maybe that Chernobog this weekend. He loves going to some weird picks, but so far no one's forced him down that rabbit hole just yet. So the snipes are going to be there. Beltslap have been favoring the Rom as well, so it's going to be interesting to see what Arkle decides to go for. Because the last game, they actually did what Ganesh Jingwei, and while it maybe didn't have the exact start they wanted to, the conclusion was still exactly where they wanted it to be with them taking down the Titan, and that Ganesh has been big for Trix.
Ganesh taking it away from Draco Marino as well. Jingwei just for a bit more extra safety up against the Ram. Also puts safety in the hands of Arkil. Means that it's very difficult for them to target and snowball this dual lane. I would expect them to still try in the early game. I would still expect the Papis to pick something to try and catch up with this Jingwei. You're looking at a Hombat, you're looking at maybe a Thor early on. The Emoji pick doesn't surprise me as well. Just a decent answer to the playstyle that Beltslap like to have, where they like to try and separate the team fights as much as they can, but Papis can do that the same.
Yeah, now that they have this Emoja, it's going to give them some sustain that comes through in the lane. And there's that Scylla we were talking about earlier. We saw some highlights for Chekio. And while maybe they weren't the same like MLC highlights you get from Season 1 way back when, I think the notable comfort of Scylla, specifically here in Europe, but I think that we've seen throughout this entire weekend has been very big. How do you think it's going to be able to fare now that Daji's locked in there for Johnny, which we just saw him have an excellent performance on?
I think it's going to work out well, provided Papis in the jungle provide some decent setup for it. You got your Emoji's Riptide and River's Rebuke to slow down and try and set Scylla up, but it's not the same thing as a Hombat's Fear No Evil. It's not the same thing as a Daji Paolao. It's not the same thing as a Amble of Dawn. And the Nemesis ban has come out here for Beltslap, so they respect the Nemesis. I'm not sure it's a pick that I would like to go against, but it's not at the same time a pick I would like to ban.
Yeah, respect the Nemesis is something I guess we can now say about Beltslap that we can't say about Mifflin, of all things, especially the way that he was on his soapbox a little bit earlier. And realistically, it's because she hasn't necessarily had the end-all, be-all performance, but I think it is, the Ganesh going to be a little tanky. Whatever they decide to go for solo lane, Nemesis ult is really solid at dealing with those tanks, so maybe helping slow that down and letting Trix tank kind of flourish, especially since it was something that caused them trouble yesterday. Zero's focused bans, though. You have the Yanis coming through. You have the Kukulkan coming through, since they're still looking for their solo laner. But Julio doesn't need any of it. He still has a signature tier.
I think you could have taken that Kukulkan ban, put anything else there, and he still would have gone, yeah, give me tier at this point. It's a strong pick. It allows him, a bit of freedom to get out of the Emoji with that Lawbringer. Lets him get into the backside, but he's going up against a Jormungandr in the lane. Not the easiest matchup for the tier, but has many ways to proc that dazed passive of him, which means that he does take increased damage, which Daji is going to love for that early game.
I always like to, whenever Jormungandr gets locked in, especially against someone like a tier, it really does turn into my mind like, okay, cool, we'll check in with the solo laners about 20 minutes from now, and we'll see where they're at. Julio might make some earlier rotations, and he could be impactful, but for the most part, that's going to be a little bit of a stalemate. The Scylla, the Bakasura coming in versus the Merlin Daji on the other side. There's a lot of damage on the board for both of these teams. Where do you think the breakdown comes into? Can Papis get an advantage with that Bakasura, or is he going to get locked down too easily?
I think the Papis don't really have that much lockdown of themselves. They're really relying on this root from Scylla, and the stun from Yamochi can take a while to come out there. Very difficult to hit abilities at range, but good to hit at close proximity. So they're going to try and maybe let Belt Slap get a bit closer to them than they would like and just snap on that engagement. But Belt Slap have ways of getting into the fight very easily from distance. The Daji Teleport, the Daji Blink, Tier's going to have Blink as well. I'm thinking this game goes to Belt Slap and then we'd go into a best of 3.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what they're able to do. They have the better engage, as you just pointed out. Let's see if they can put it to good use against the Papis here in game number 1.
Thank you, Goran. Alpha Fuzzy is here. And guys, we want to hear from you in the chat. So the Papis are up 1 game right now, but Belt Slap, as the desk said, do have a good comp, and they're playing some gods that they are very piloted by. Aggro, if you're looking at these comps, we know that Chekio is going to be on his main Scylla, and we know that Draco Marino has been absolutely crushing it lately in the support. Doesn't matter who he's playing, and Warchi has now played this character of Rama 4 times. What would you want to see out of the Papis to maybe see if they can secure and maybe steal a game off Belt Slap?
I think it's really dependent on how well Marcus can get the ball rolling on this Bakasura, because Daji is a character that when she gets to her late game 6 items, she just wins her assassin 1v1. She just has more damage than most other assassins at that point, but Marcus is on this character in Baka that once you get that Golden Blade finished, your level of farm really goes through the roof. And so not only are you going to be fast in general, but you're going to be way faster than a Daji. So can Marcus get some invades off? Can he invade blues and purples and reds and use that Eat minion to secure those buffs over Johnny on this Daji is what I'm going to be really looking for.
Well, it does look like there's a little rotation on these oracles. 4 members around for 2. Now that Marcus has made the rotation, Zeroth will be the target, but he will not get stunned out because of a flicker. So right now, Draco Marino's going to be the target. He's got to burn the bees. Daji's going to go ahead and Fury Swipe. The shell was popped by Trix Tank, and now they're just going to have to see who can secure these oracles. All of those relics just burned for oracles.
I mean, that's kind of what you expect from a Yamoja who's going to rotate in and look to be aggressive. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive. I think Draco was a bit off on how much Omi he had, was hoping to stun Zeros once he used that flicker, but was on the wrong half of the 1 cast and only had 2 Omi left, so that puts him in a bad spot. Trix does a good job of getting his bees, but that's a fight the Papis should want to take at this point in the game.
Well, another fight that the Papis are wanting to take right now is this one in the dual lane, as Warchi will pick up first blood on the Trix Tank. Arkill's going to be able to get away, it seems, with that agility, and will be able to get out. But first blood going to Warchi, and again, this is someone you don't want to give that first blood to, because the faster he gets to level 20 and the faster he starts showing up in these team fights, I believe the more just powerful he becomes, because again, the Papis just have a fantastic team fight.
I mean, that was just a horrible decision by Trix to go in and use that dash aggressively. Maybe he thought Arkill's Persistent Gust was going to be up and was a little bit off on that cooldown. I think that's probably what Trix was thinking, but whether that's a miscommunication between the two or Trix just being over-aggressive by himself, that results in a very easy first blood for Warchi, which, as you mentioned, is not exactly a winning formula here for Belt Slap with how well the Hunter for the Papis has played this weekend.
The only thing worse, I think, would be giving that first blood over to Chekio on this Scylla, because we know that Chekio might not have the MLC stealth from previous years, but has had great plays. Got the triple kill off of 2 I'm a Monster landing earlier in this split, in this tournament. So I think that this is just Poppy's way to say, we're still going to be in this, we're still going to be playing this, and even chat says, 58% have said that the Papis will take this one, and they're already about a 1.2k up, and I don't know. This is going to be pretty difficult for Belt Slap unless they can start team fighting really well.
I mean, these games in Europe all weekend have been so long, though, that I'm really not that concerned for Belt Slap. We really haven't seen a team really effectively snowball quite yet, so I think that if you're Belt Slap, yeah, you kind of hinted a bit to give first blood. Yes, you've got a team composition that might take a little bit later to group up and start to be effective, but I don't think it's a major problem for them. I think if I were in Europe right now, I'd be drafting late game pretty much across the board, because no one has shown me that they can blow out a bad early game draft and really punish a team for picking stuff that takes too long to get on.
Yeah, it just seems like that, as you're saying, EU have been playing chess while the NA side has just been playing arena the entire time and only care about making sure and snowballing and getting the kills quickly to get these objectives. So the chess match is going to be on, and these are both teams that have been playing chess at the SMITE level very effectively. We've seen the Papis come back from 10k and 12k deficits, and on the other side, we've seen Beltslab do the exact same thing. So it's going to be really tough to determine which team will come out on top.
Yeah, I think that the biggest difference between NA and EU so far has definitely been game time and the ability to convert leads. I mean, teams have gotten leads in Europe. It's not like they've all sat on their hands until 30 minutes and waited for team fighting to start. There's been a little bit of that, but there have been also games where fights start happening quickly and then teams just never seem to be able to convert. So I think that it's not necessarily going to be a very slow game. I just would put pretty good money on it being a pretty long game. Basically every game in this set until I'm proven otherwise.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be one of those sets that we could potentially see the best of 5 come out because both of these teams have been playing very well. And I have to give more credit to the Papis. They've been the one that have always been on top in every of these fights. But even though the crown may be a little bit askew on the head of Beltslab, it's still on. So I believe that the name recognition and the fact that they've been here before, they're not going to be too worried about this. But right here, Johnny's going to try to go into Warchi. Warchi's going to try to dash away. Daji's going to get the Fury swipes. Warchi will go up to get some snipes to see if he can land some on our kill. Pillars have been dropped. He's going to land, but Warchi's going to land right in a bad place. Dash into the Dharmic Pillars, and that will be a kill for Johnny. Marcus is here. He's going to throw out the Regurgitate. Daji's going to go up and throw out the Pal-Out. She's going to try to see if she can hit one. The beads out from Marcus, and she's going to be able to just completely get out of this fight. So Marcus won't be able to clean up that kill.
I mean, Marcus has to use the beads, but I think Johnny was really hoping to land at least one chain on a Draco to get a guaranteed kill. I think that Pal-Out pull and an auto attack would have been guaranteed, but at the end of the day, I mean, you still get the easy kill there for Johnny onto Warchi, who's just a little bit too far pushed up. Bit of an awkward call, I think, to retreat that far in. He was kind of running away from Draco and his peel. Maybe Draco could have tried to drop the River's Rebuke a little bit earlier to zone Johnny off of Warchi, but that just shows the dodgy mobility. Trickster Spirit's a guaranteed teleport onto the target, and then using that extra movement speed from 1,000 cuts makes it pretty hard to get away from her.
Yeah, and you also have to realize that the Daji does have that Blink available, so Blink will be online as well. So you want to talk about getting into fights and doing some damage. That's something that Johnny likes to do, and that's something that the Daji will continue to do throughout this game. So definitely keep an eye out for Johnny, but you also have to keep an eye out for Julio. He's one of those solo laners that, even though he might be level 10, level 11, I think at that level 12 mark, he'll start making rotations to the mid lane to try to see if maybe he can help Zeros pick up Chekio.
Chekio is on this Scylla, so I think that that's the right idea. You want to try and punish this pick before she starts really swinging, but at this point, she's kind of already gotten out of the worst part of her game. The Crush is already full clearing archers now, and when Chekio has to Crush and then spend some time auto-attacking every single archer, and then the melees after that, that's really where Scylla feels at her worst. At this point, Chekio is already out of the woods, so to speak, at least when it comes to wave clear. When it comes to team fighting, he still has a lot of room to grow, but I think that already Beltslab may have missed a small window in order to try and punish the Scylla selection.
Yeah, they did miss that small window because while there was a gank over on the left-hand side, Chekio was able to pick up a solo kill onto Zeros, so that was going to help him get a little bit more ahead as well in that. And I think that's just saying that Chekio can take these 1v1s to a Merlin, and I don't think I could ever say that when I play Scylla. I don't know if I could ever solo a Merlin when he has the flicker and the damage and the tick potential damage that he has.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see it, so we don't know if Chekio read him or what, but we know that Zeros doesn't have beads. They're just about to come up, so using that pressure, and I think that sometimes players can get caught off guard and disrespect the Scylla a little bit and kind of disrespect her damage in the early stages. It's not like she's one-shotting you, but the health pool for the enemy mage really isn't there either. So it means that those crushes, while they're not doing 800-900 damage, are still doing a good 20, 25, 30% of your HP bar every single time. So you do have to respect that.
And we also have to respect, again, as we were pointing out earlier, that the Bakasura is going to start clearing pretty quickly once you said that he got Golden Blade. And now that that Golden Blade's online, even though Johnny has the kill and at one point was a level, maybe a half a level ahead, it seems like that Marcus has completely caught up. And that just shows the potency of this Bakasura pick in the jungle.
It's really been popular in Europe too, hasn't it? I mean, we've seen it all weekend basically, and it's no real surprise to see a Golden Blade character start to show up a lot. But I think it's been more successful than I was expecting. This Baka pick has not been super about invading consistently. I mean, the history of Bakasura as a competitive character has really been not necessarily a cheese strategy, but pretty one-dimensional, I would say, in that he wants to get into your jungle, eat your buff camps, and then walk away. And so with the changes a little bit ago to the fact that you get less experience in gold for getting enemy camps than your own, I thought really would limit this Bakasura pick, but it hasn't.
Well, Creed is able to pick up zeros after a great root crush from the Scylla. So Creed making the rotation all the way from the left-hand side. Now it looks like that Johnny and Arkil are a little bit caught out. Arkil's going to have to go and dash, and Johnny's going to have to go up into the Powwow. Creed will also go into the World Serpent to see what he can do. Johnny's trying to see if he can get the TP off, but he's going to go ahead and throw out the Serpents. That is a huge crush from the mid laner Chekio onto Arkil, but he will get away with just nuggets of health, and this could be the free Gold Fury that the Papis have been needing.
Crush should be the best secure on the map, but with Julio coming, that might cause problems.
Well, Crush is going to be used, and the Papis have gotten it, but Julio will pick up Marcus. Lawbringer over the top to see if he can get Warchi. Warchi's going to get healed up, but look who else is here. Trix Tank trying to see if maybe he can get back there, but he cannot. Warchi is able to stay alive due to, again, Draco Marino saving his team member.
Man, what a fat fearless that was from Julio, though. And Papis really end up having to 50-50 that Gold Fury. They end up securing it, but a late rotation from Julio, Creed beating him here, I think really caught Belt Slap off guard. The whole point of picking the tier into the Yorm, well, it was tier first, then Yorm. But I like what Julio's doing. You just go this movement speed build and you just ignore your lane matchup entirely. You just full clear because you're tier, and that's what you do. And then you out-rotate to fight. So for Creed to beat Julio on that rotation, it's got to be a little bit frustrating for Belt Slap, but Julio eventually gets there and makes a pretty decent impact anyways. But I think so far it's really been the Chekio show. I mean, it gets the solo kill onto Zeros, nearly solos him again, sets up Creed for that easy kill on that rotation on the pickup, and then opens up the Gold Fury because of it.
Oh, absolutely. Chekio is one of the ones that we've always said that Chekio is the one to watch out for and keep an eye on. And we saw in their loss, and the Papis lost last game that they played against Belt Slap, all they had to do was focus out Chekio, and that was it. That was all that she wrote. But this time, if you can't get Chekio to catch out, I mean, he's just going to do exactly what he does there. He's going to go ahead and half hit you and be able to get out of a fight and not even be able to get anything else. But look, Marcus is here in the back. He might try to go onto Johnny as well, but it looks like he will not. Instead, they will go ahead and disengage from that. But again, that's just Chekio doing just insane amount of damage. And then once Warchi starts rotating, it's going to be really difficult for Belt Slap to kind of catch back up.
I do think the Belt Slap has some pretty good tools in the team fight, though. I mean, Papis are winning a lot of these scrappy fights because Chekio is able to get the first punch off. But once Belt Slap rotates and they've got their 5-on-5, Julio is going to be pretty difficult for Chekio to land his combo on. I mean, you've got to be pretty accurate in order to land it on the full movement speed tier. And he's going to do a lot of damage to him, as we just saw.
Yeah, Chekio looking a little bit weak, but Draco Marino was there to give him a little bit of a heal. But this is what you were talking about. You know, we saw that Creed was able to out-rotate Julio the first time, and Julio said, not again. So he was able to get a little bit of a rotation, see if maybe he could get an invade off as well on those back camps, but did get some damage onto Chekio, so he will have to back and see if he could buy some more items. But they keep this pressure on the left-hand side. This is the second time now that Warchi hasn't been able to grab his own purple buff.
And that's rough, especially considering Warchi, remember, got first blood in this game. So for him to get that first blood and now be down 2 levels to Arkil because of this consistent pressure from Belt Slap on that purple, Marcus has just got to be there. I mean, he's got to do a better job of out-farming Johnny in general. It's not just on that purple buff, but also overall. I mean, I was saying that once you get the Golden Blade, we should start to see him pull away, but it's really been the opposite. Johnny has been level 11 for a little bit now, whereas Marcus just recently hit that mark. So you see basically a full level lead for Johnny in the jungle right now, which is not what you would expect with this matchup.
Oh, not at all, but we can't point out the fact that Johnny is the one that is able to get aggressive and try to see if he can get some kills, and he does have a kill in response and hasn't died, and it seems like Marcus was one of the victims at one point, but Chekio is now seeing that there's 3 people around there, so he doesn't want to contest those mid camps, and it just seems like that if Marcus isn't around, they can't contest any of these buffs.
Yeah, it seems like he's just a little bit late to a lot of these little skirmishes, which is okay in the late game. I mean, Bakasura in the late game really becomes this flank that really wants to find zeros as soon as that flickers down, or Arkil once he's used that airstrike, and be able to pop them with that regurgitate very quickly. But in the early game, he kind of wants to be there first so that he can set up and eat minion. It's kind of a weird play style change that you have to go through when playing that character.
Well, and both of these teams really enjoy playing for that late game. We usually really won't see a team fight until around the 20 to 25 minute mark between these teams, because both teams want to make sure that their carries like Chekio, Warchi, Johnny, Arkil, they want those guys to be level 20 when these fights start, so that their damage dealers can really just pack the punch that they desperately need. And I think that the Papis have shown that they can definitely do it, but Belt Slap are no team to sleep on.
Definitely not. I mean, Belt Slap has lost 1 set all year, but it was to the Papis yesterday. So that's why I think some of the chat is feeling like the Papis is going to win, and really, I think Belt Slap is going to have to play with some pretty solid respect for this squad, because if I remember correctly, all those games went pretty long, and it just ended up being the Papis edged out Belt Slap in a pretty close set. So I think that both teams have a lot of respect for one another and know that this set could be very close.
Well, Arkil's going to have to use his ult, but the rest of Belt Slap was over here in the jungle in case Draco Marito and Warshi decided to re-engage, and Trix Tank now is here to help Arkil out, and that 2-level difference in that carry lane is going to start showing itself pretty soon, because now that Jing Wei has the crit available for her, and she's able to out-clear this Rama, I think Arkil will be able to start rotating a little bit faster into these team fights to stack up that rage.
It feels like Belt Slap is really putting a lot of pressure on this left side of the map, which is kind of what you expect. I mean, you're not ganking the Yorm anytime soon. It's just not worth your time. You're not really going to get a chance to play around mid with how well Chekio has played in the solo kill that he got earlier, setting zeros a little bit further behind. So that kind of just leaves this left-hand side, and the Papis have been able to come over here and start to affect it a little bit better, but up until now it has struggled.
Well, Marcus just got absolutely obliterated by Johnny and Zeros and Trix Tank. The River's Rebuke will go up. Johnny will go up in the air and try to grab Draco Marino, but the beads will stop it. Warchi is going up in the air as well, but Julio has made a rotation from the solo lane, just missing the Fearless, but the Gold Fury has been started up by Arkil. This will be an Oni Fury. Chekio is here just to give some damage off to Julio. Draco Marino is not looking so hot, but Belt Slap have taken the Oni Fury, and that's going to be the disengage that Belt Slap have wanted. So now it's even in kills and almost even in gold.
Man, Marcus just not respecting that damage at all. As soon as he got hit by that remove obstacles, I think that he needed to use his purification beads, because Johnny might not have been close enough, but once he waits, eats the full damage from zeros, the full combo, and then goes, oh yeah, I should probably beads this. Well, Johnny's in range to just Trickster Spirit after you and kill you no matter what. So that a couple series of misplays there by Marcus. The positioning, number one, and then the stubbornness to not use the beads as soon as he got caught ended up resulting in a very, very easy Gold Fury for Belt Slap.
And it seems like that we've been always had our focus on Chekio and Zeros, because those are the two teams that can kind of carry, as well as Warchi and Arkil, but Julio has made these rotations over from the right-hand side now twice, out-rotating Creed, and even though that tower is looking a little bit weak for Julio, I don't think he necessarily cares. He's level 18, he's only like maybe a half a level down at this point. He's got a kill as well as Creed, but I don't think he cares if his tower falls, because he just wants to be in these team fights and set up his entire team.
That's the whole point of picking this tier against the Yorm, like we were talking about earlier. I mean, it's just to ignore your lane matchup and try and beat Creed to some of these fights. That's why you pick the tier and go this movement speed build. I like it quite a bit against the Guardians that you're not really going to be able to bully out of lane anyways. Yorm certainly fits that bill. Why waste your time smacking on the snake when you can just go to the fights instead and actually help your squad out?
Well, Arkle has made the rotation over to this Pyromancer, and that is going to be started up. Creed is here, as well as Chekio. Julio will blink onto Chekio, do a little bit of damage, but Marcus is here to try to see if he can help out his mid laner. But behind that, Creed has to use his World Serpent to see if maybe he can get out. Marcus, who's level 14, I don't think he can do too much, and that's just going to have to be the disengage from Papis. Burning an ultimate and not getting any ultimates in return for Belt Slap.
Belt Slap go right back to the objective, as they should. They know that they got a little poke advantage there.
Yeah. And that's going to be the River's Rebuke and the Dharmic Pillars to be done, but the blink coming out from Marcus to stop the teleport from the Daji so that she teleported where he was blinking from and not where he was blinking to. But the Pyromancer falls in favor of Belt Slap, and this gold lead now has swung in favor to now 1,700.
Feels like Papis are just a little bit behind in terms of response time, what they want to do. Belt Slap are just dictating the pace of this game really effectively. And look at the experience advantage in a couple different roles. We've talked a lot about Arkills. He's still up 2 levels, but now so is Trixtank and so is Johnny. And so you look at the jungle difference, it's 2-0-0 for the Daji, 0-2-0 for the Bakasura for Marcus. I know that Baka isn't as early game focused as he once was, but I think that Papis could have used a little bit more gas for Marcus up until this point. But like we were saying earlier, I mean, to be honest with you, Fuzzy, I just can't get myself that worried about any early game lead for any EU team because it's been so hard for these teams to close these gaps, or so easy for teams to close the gaps, so hard for teams to slam the door in this region this weekend that the Papis are down right now, but I'm not sure how much it really matters.
Yeah, the Papis have been in the situation before when they're down, and as I said earlier, they've been down 10k, 15k at some point, so they're always in these fights and always going to be there for the team fights because they've been one of those teams that have been just proven time and time again that they have consistently had the team fight, and that's just what Gore and Alpha were saying in the desk, that they were able to just be this team and always be around each other, and that seems to be what helps them in these team fights. But now Creed has teleported over to the mid lane to see if maybe he can get some of his pressure off the mid lane. But Marcus has to back because he's already at half health from Julio, making a rotation again from the right lane. But are they going to go for a cheeky Fire Giant? Look at this. Julio and Arkle are going for an early Fire Giant at 21 minutes because Johnny has recognized that the whole team is on the left-hand side. So this is going to be a great sneak by Belt Slap, and this is going to give them huge pressure.
This is so smart by Belt Slap, and it's not an accident that they do this as soon as Julio gets to level 20, as soon as he's got some tank items up, and as soon as Arkle has finished that Executioner. Executioner makes such a big difference when it comes to objective DPS. Without it, your Hunter, even if they have Rage and Wind Demon, let's say Arkle had finished off his Wind Demon or Poison Star instead of getting that Exi, that Fire Giant takes them forever and makes them take a lot more damage because they're taking so much time to do it. As it stands with the Exi, it's pretty easy for Arkle to do the damage. Just needs a little bit of time and someone to tank it for him.
Well, Johnny was taking a little bit of poke from Warchi, but this now Primal Fury is started by Arkle because this will help them give a little bit of gold. Chekio is here to see if maybe he can throw out a crush or two, maybe get some damage. But Warchi burning the ultimate, the snipes, to see if maybe he can get that Primal Fury, but recognizing that it was up, they're going to go ahead and pull off of it, but Belt Slap will take that Primal Fury, and this is what they want. Now I think this is when they put the foot on the gas pedal and say, hey, we've got Fire Giant, we've got the gold lead, let's push down this left tower, let's get some pressure on this map.
I mean, they're up about 4,000 gold right now. I'll bet you that's going to turn to near 10 pretty quickly because there is a lot of gold on the map for Belt Slap to take. They've got towers on towers that they can snag.
Yeah, and they're moving towards this Phoenix down here on the left-hand side, but River's Rebuke will be able to zone it out just a little bit as Arkle's going to go up into the air, but Julio has solo Chekio up there. But look at this, Marcus is finally taking down a tank. Trixtank will fall to Marcus's hands as Johnny is going to go up into the Pal-Ow to see if maybe he can get some damage done. But Creed has some otherwise plans, so he's going to try to see if he can get the World Serpent to throw out some damage, see if Marcus will catch up to him, and that's going to be it. They were able to get a Tier 1 in left, a Tier 2 in left, but not that Phoenix. Even though that Chekio died, I think killing Trixtank, even by my standard, killing Trixtank to defending that Phoenix was huge for the Papis.
I just don't like the call there from Belt Slap. I mean, let's look at the easiest path for Belt Slap to win this game. It isn't ending the game at 23 minutes. It's wiping every single tower off the Poppy side of the map, getting a 12k gold lead, and then ending the game, and then getting Fire Giant and ending the game. I mean, I just don't think there was any rush for Beltslap to win the game off of that Fire Giant push. Even if they would have gotten 4 members of the Papis, I don't think Beltslap could have ended because of how many towers are still up. So I just think that was a bit of a miscall there from Beltslap, and the Papis are able to punish them at least a little bit by delaying the Fire Giant just a little bit longer, and now I don't think they will be down 10k when it's all said and done.
Well, World Serpent has been used to see if he can get some damage out there, but Creed took a lot of damage himself. They're trying to see if they can defend this tier 2 on the right-hand side. Rest of the team of Beltslap is here. Zeros took a little bit of poke from Chekio from that crush, but Julio is now getting pinged out in the back. He's going to try to see if he can get a good Fearless to push some members of the Papis towards his team, but Trixtank will drop the pillars. Creed now is going to get stuck between a rock and a hard place as he's getting some damage taken to him. Johnny's going to go up into the air and pick him up. So that's going to be 1, but in the back, Julio is there. Warchi's doing some damage, but look at this. Julio is taking a lot of poke as well. 1 snipe, 2 snipe, but the 3rd snipe will not hit, so he will be able to get away. And this is another mistake that Beltslap have done, but they want to keep fighting this. Arkill will be able to take the tier 2, and I think that's all they can be able to do, but they will start making that rotation over to the mid lane, it looks like.
I mean, Beltslap do some good work there. They end up getting that tier 2 tower eventually, but you look at what this Fire Giant got them, probably not as much as they would have liked. It still set them up really far ahead. I mean, they're now up 7, 8k as opposed to the 2 or 3k they were whenever they took Fire Giant. They've got level 20s across the board. It's certainly a good spot for them, but just feel like they could have probably gotten a little bit more, especially with how effective Julio has been on these tower dives. It's a lot harder for Julio to do what he's doing when it comes to the Phoenix sieges. As far as towers, he's easily able to just walk towards the back. No one seems to be able to do enough damage to actually kill the guy before he can find a multi-man Fearless.
And that's just what Julio's known for, which is kind of surprising that they didn't ban the tier out in that pick and ban phase, because tier is what gave them problems in that second game when the Papis originally played them. So not banning out, Julio's main god seems to be not quite working out for him. But Johnny as well has been just a massive member in these fights. He's also been a part of three of those kills, but Creed's going up into the air to try to see if maybe he can get anything to happen in the mid lane onto Zeros. But Zeros threw out some damage of his own, so Creed has to go ahead and disengage. Chekio had to pop beads because Julio, again behind the back line, was able to push Chekio just a little bit.
And with that blink upgraded for Julio to lower that cooldown, Relic Dagger on top of that, that's only an 80-second cooldown for him on the blink, whereas a much longer on the 160-second beads cooldown there for Chekio, who really feels like the only win condition in this game. I mean, you look at the way that these fights have gone for the Papis. They've gotten 1 kill in the last 15 minutes, if even that short. It might be even longer than that. They've only gotten 1 kill because they got off to a pretty good start, but since then Warchi has been very ineffective on this ROM. Chekio has been neutralized. The CC setup for Chekio really just hasn't been there. And I think that's starting to show pretty heavily in these team fights.
It also seems like that Marcus can't do anything either. He tries to see if he can get a Regurgitate onto the back line and see if he can do some damage, but he just can't do anything, and Beltslap again will take another Fury. So that's a huge advantage for Beltslap. Now they're about 13,000 gold ahead now that all the towers are done. The base hasn't quite been opened up just yet, but their Phoenixes are available to take, and they still have Fire Giant around their waist for another 2 minutes, roughly, and that's going to really help them out if they want to do this. But it seems like that the way that Beltslap like to play these games, they like to sit and wait for an opportunity for them to make a mistake.
Yeah, I think that the way that Beltslap have been playing this really has been what we've seen from them most of the split, and most of the year, where they're not trying to necessarily stomp you out early game. If it happens, it happens. But they're just going to try and take it to late and out-team fight you. And yesterday, Papis just happened to be the team that was able to stand up and out-team fight Beltslap in those late-game scenarios. Today, it seems like the Papis, I just don't love this draft. I think they're really CC light to have a Scylla in their draft, and just really unconfirmable CC the dive between the Yorm and the Baka is a little bit hard to line up. And Belt Slap have come together with a really good draft on their side. I think that's been the major difference so far from yesterday to today is how much the drafts have changed.
Well, Belt Slap is looking for this left Phoenix, and Johnny is looking for this mid Phoenix. He's going to go ahead and go onto Marcus. The regurgitate's going to happen. Johnny's going to go up into the air to try to see if he can get a powwow, but Marcus will have to disengage. But while that is happening, Creed is now stuck in the wrong place to be, but he's doing a lot of damage to Trix Tank, so now he might actually look to go in. Arkill, yet now half health Trix Tank below that, and this is a good, successful defense from the Papis. Just kind of waiting it out and see if maybe they can get something to set up for Czechia to do some damage. But now that Johnny had to back, and now he's back into the fight with that Fire Giant regen, they're going to be able to do this right back again. So now they're just kind of waiting to see when that minion wave will push up, as Creed is trying to throw some damage, and Czechia is just trying to throw a crush over the wall as well.
Yeah, but only one ultimate still up. It's I'm a Monster, which is an impactful one for the Papis for sure, but I think it makes this siege pretty difficult.
Well, Creed's taking a lot of poke, and he's going to have to go ahead and go right back to that fountain because he can't do really anything, and there's a ward that's being pinged, so now they know that he has backed. So Marcus still trying to defend this mid-Phoenix, and Creed is now back because the fountain is pretty close to the Phoenixes, and so that he's going to be able to just kind of sit there and do what he needs to do. Warchi's just trying to get some damage popped off onto Julio, but Julio's going to blink in. He's going to go straight onto Warchi. The beads are going to get popped. Draco Marino is keeping him alive. And in the mid lane as well, a big fight is happening there. Marcus is not going to be able to get anything. He's going to go ahead and fall to Johnny, and that's exactly what Belt Slap need, is just that mid lane pressure. So now it is a 4v5. Even though the powwow is down from Johnny, a big I'm a Monster does not connect, but Arkill looks a little bit weak. He's going to try to dash away. Creed's going to try to follow up with some damage, but he cannot do any. So now Johnny has a full wave in that mid-Phoenix, and I don't think he's going to look to even start the fight there. But again, back over to this left side, they just want to keep the pressure there, and Czechia falls to Johnny, and that is a rampage for him. Now it's a 5v3. They could look to push this if they choose.
Really nice River's Rebuke from Draco. Walls off the Phoenix from the damage from Belt Slap, but Julio doesn't care. He's going to go up and over to find the kill. Trix will end up falling to some Phoenix damage, but that'll break the base here from the Papis, and all credit deserves to go to Johnny because he won 2 1v1s in a row. First against Marcus, then up against Czechia. Just a bad decision there for Marcus. The first 1v1 that they had, they split the difference. They both got a little bit poked out, but with the Fire Giant, Johnny was able to stay and regen. Marcus, of course, near his own fountain, can use that. But Marcus used his beads in that first little skirmish. So when the exact same skirmish happens again with both ultimates back up, as soon as Marcus uses Regurgitate aggressively, Johnny knows he's dead. Johnny knows Marcus is dead because as long as he hits the powwow pool, you'll one-shot someone off of that at this point in the game. Marcus has to know that he has to save Regurgitate for CC immunity and force Johnny up into that ultimate a little bit more preemptively than he did.
Well, Inhinged Fire Giant will fall to Belt Slap now. Gold lead's not going to matter too much because it's up almost to that 20,000 gold difference right now, hovering around 19,000, and that is just something to be impressed about if you're anybody. But with the fact that there's only a 3-kill difference, the entire base is wide open for them to take, and Oni Fury is about to spawn, and it does look like they might look to grab that Oni Fury so that they can grab Oni Fire Waves to even help them more push into this Titan and try to secure this win.
I feel like the Papis really have to just find a way to let Czechia have an absolutely nuts fight. Or maybe Marcus can really pop off, especially if Marcus can finish off that Blood Forge. That could be a huge deal, but it's not like Belt Slap's really lacking for anti-heal because of the Emoja on the Papis. You see a Divine Ruin, a Brawler's Beatstick. I mean, Belt Slap's pretty well itemized to deal with the Bakasura, even if he does get that Blood Forge up.
Well, the team is now cruising down this left-hand side, and Czechia is trying to be a little cheeky to see if maybe he could get someone out of position, but he himself is now a little bit caught out, so now he's behind Johnny. He's going to go ahead and dash in, try to get the Crush stun off. He's going to go into the I'm a Monster to try to get away from the damage, but I think the damage will be too much as Johnny will pick him up. Forgy's up in the back now trying to get some snipes to see if he can get any damage onto Belt Slap, but he will not be able to as R-Kill will pick him up. The Regurgitate as well to try again to peel them off as Draco Marino is able to pick up Trix Tank, but Johnny picks up Creed, and that's going to be the game. Belt Slap will take this one. We are in a best of 3.
Yeah, that was just pretty clinical from Belt Slap. They made a couple mistakes early on. Trix Tank gave up that first blood. Zeros got soloed by Chekio. And I think then Belt Slap found their groove and were ready to go. And from there on out, it just felt like they were in complete control of this game. The Papis never really seemed to get anything going in their favor outside of the first, 9, 10, 11 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and I have to give all credit to Johnny because Johnny was just absolutely unstoppable when it came to those fights. I mean, he ended up at least 7-0-0, and he was a part of at least 70% of the kills when it came to the team fight. So to me, Johnny is my MVP for this game, but is there any else that can do that? Desk, what did you guys see?
Pretty much the same thing. Johnny did great. Julio did great. Everyone else existed in the game, and I'm talking not just on their team. I mean, the entire game, it feels like a lot of pressure that comes down to those two picks doing really well, although a lot of damage from the rest of Belt Slap, and a big win for them as well, Alpha Jackal, as they come forward here, because they were at that 1-0 deficit, right? And that was kind of the thing I wanted to set up going into that was, man, going down a 2-0 early on in a set makes things so much more difficult. So just pulling this one in their favor pretty quickly as well. I mean, 34 minutes is a little bit on the long side, but making sure that they cemented themselves in this set is solid for Belt Slap.
Yeah, the control that they had over that game was unbelievable. I mean, when you're able to freely take a Fire Giant at 21 minutes with no one able to contest because they don't know what's happening, you know you're in a really good spot to win that game. And it was well-deserved win, puts them back down to the best of 3, like you said. And for me, the Papis, they have to go back to the drawing board on their draft. I felt like the control that they had on the team just wasn't there to help deal properly with Julio and with Trix Tank.
Yeah, unfortunate for, I maybe want to highlight Marcus the most. I mean, Chekio even as well, considering we highlighted him going into this. Less damage overall than Trix Tank on that Ganesh, so it showcases something that maybe they weren't able to accomplish. Meanwhile, Julio, you get him on a signature pick, was just able to bully people outright on this tier. And if it wasn't him setting it up for his team, it was Johnny jumping in and finding the kills. But no matter what, I think this tier, you know, there's a reason we were talking about him at the very beginning of the day going into their first set they played. It changes the pace of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking good for the Papis, like Agros after the first 9, 10, 11 minutes. Then Julio comes, makes a monster fearless on the Gold Fury. It didn't change the outcome with the fact that they got the Gold Fury, the Papis, but it certainly set the pace for what Julio was there to do when he made the rotations. That was have the biggest impact possible.
I mean, this one was a pretty good clinic, I think, for Johnny. You get a nice long 40-minute game playing the dodgy, going up against Smiley Face and fighting from behind, and then you get a nice 34-minute game here to make sure that you get, I guess, even more practice on her after you've already showcased what you can do. Unfortunately for Marcus and Chekio, they just never really got into a position where they could do anything, and as such, the carries for the Papis never took off, much the same way that the Belt Slap carries did. So now it is up to how they change things going here into game number 2 and what they decide to look at. And you had kind of mentioned the ROM maybe not doing quite as much as they wanted to. Obviously, the Scylla didn't either. Do you start looking at different picks here early on for the Papis?
Maybe, yes. I would say that you get something other than the ROM first pick. Probably the first 3 bands could do with a bit of a change-up as well. Maybe you do leave open both Persephone and Discordia. Sometimes got into Persephone and Morgan, but looks like Morgan is going to be taken off the table straight away here for the Papis. Sobek could also be a potential leave open here for the Papis to first take instead of that ROM. For me, though, it has to be a different jungle pick. The Bakasura did what it needed to do to begin with, and then just fell flat completely because he wasn't able to get the snowball off that he needed. And the Guardian of the solo lane didn't give them the pressure that they were looking for. Again, similar to the Kumbhakana, but unlike the Kumbhakana, it doesn't bring as much control.
Yeah, I'm curious to see whether or not they want to ban that again here as Belt Slap. Sobek, Kumba, Capri, Morrigan, all 4 of them coming up again. Something is telling me, looking through the Cosmos, Persephone might be out there as someone who's going to get banned. but it's whether they want to go for, that Aphrodite that is once again banned away from the Papis. Pretty much sticking to their guns from what we got to see last time.
Yeah, so far it's the exact same bans, just in a slightly different order, and there it is, the Persephone ban is going to be taken off the table again. And Papis, at this point, they picked the Ram, and then they got slapped in the face by picking up the Ganesh and the Chingwei, and they could do anything in the dual lane, so once again, it is going to be that Ram take-up. We could see a salty Ram back here, and I don't think that's going to be a good thing for the Papis if that ends up happening.
Yeah, so far it's just rinse and repeat, right? I mean, you maybe change the orders of bans. I think Afro and Morgan were shuffled around there from Papis, but since the same bands end up coming out, Ram, Jingwei, something tells me that there could be a Ganesh. Yeah, I mean, so far they're literally just running it back, swapping a little bit of order, but it's been something specifically for Belt Slap that has worked 2 games in a row now, whether it was against the Papis or Smiley Face, it's been successful.
Yeah, and the Papis at this point might look to change something about their draft. The Geb Hover now instead just gives a bit more safety in the backline, allows them more of a cleanse, doesn't have to, necessarily means that beats are going to get forced, and that's exactly what's going to be locked in. So the change from the Emergent to the Geb has been made, gives them better engage potential, I would say. Rose Rebuke, whilst it is good at cordoning off an area in the fight, people can just get away from it, get out of it, and the Discordia to follow up, a bit more lockdown, bit better poke potential, bit easier to poke, I would say. Whilst it does do less damage, I think it's just a big upgrade here for the Papis.
Yeah, being able to get that Discordia Geb. Maybe enabling the ROM. I think it's something that's always big on a team when you can say, look, this one wasn't the problem. We need to shuffle some of these other things around. Like you highlighted, maybe Emoji not working out the way they wanted to. So put ROM with Geb and see what happens. They let Johnny, instead of the Daji this time, it's going to be the Kali that comes through. Which, yeah, maybe takes a little bit longer to come online and be as deadly. But we've seen what Johnny can do on this pick regularly.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable pick for Johnny. It's one that he will do every single game that he can possibly take it up. Nemesis banned away yet again, just to stop that protection reduction, to stop Trixtag being, instantly killed if he's out of position just a tiny bit. Janus going to be the ban here for the Papis to take that away. I like the Janus ban because it just allows Kali more rotational ability, more freedom. And the Beltsub aren't so convinced that that Geb's going to go into the support role, or they're just worried about the Yamrocha solo coming out.
I mean, it is something, specifically Mando is the one that comes to mind that has been running it, but we have seen Geb solo, I believe it was yesterday, so maybe it's not too far-fetched. But I like what Papis did here more than anything. You know that Xeris has had a good weekend on this Janus, get rid of him. You know that Julio just had a great game on that tier, get rid of him. Force him to play something different. It's going to be a Matarasu that comes through. So maybe not the same amount of initial knock-up kind of setup, but still a lot to start a fight.
And what's more, that extra movement speed, the extra power aura, depending on which one she wants to be in, will allow them to burn objectives a bit easier, allow them to rotate to objectives a little easier, and allow the Kali more freedom in the backline. Good engage because of that dazzling offensive, but going up against the Jormungandr once again, I'm not so sure that this would be the pick here for the Papis. I'd like to see something that, wins the lane a bit more in the early game, or something that transitions better to the late game, because that's how the Kumbhakana work, that's how they managed to beat Belt Slap. So take something that does that again, rather than this Jormungandr. But the Hombats pickup, great choice, much, much better than the Bakasura in the last game.
Yeah, now that Hunbats is going to be there alongside Discordia, like you said, there's a lot of damage setup potential here for team fights. The Papis maybe were kind of lacking. But with that Jormungandr, the Geb maybe too passive in terms of supports compared to the Amaterasu and the Ganesh. We'll have to see how they handle, especially with that Merlin on the other side. If you were to looking at it as a quick glance, is this enough for the Papis to really turn this one back in their favor, or Belt Slap just drafting better now?
I think Papis have made a better adjustment in their draft than they did in the last game, but I still fancy Belt Slap's draft 100% over them. I don't know, but it is a possibility that the Papis do take this. They do have good anti-heal application, and they scale very well into the late game. So my money's still on Belt Slap for this one, though, so 2-1 Belt Slap going into this next game.
It's going to be an interesting one to see. The Kali always throws things for a loop. We've seen Johnny have some really great games on this Kali and some really not great games on this Kali. Let's see what the Papis are going to be seeing throughout this one as we jump down here into game number 2.
Thank you again, Gore. and Alpha Jackal. And aggro, I gotta say, I'm kind of with Alpha here. I think that you just kind of let Belt Slap get to the late game, and it's just kind of game over, especially with Johnny on his coveted piloted... Now he's coveting the piloted Kali.
Yeah, I feel like Papis are thinking that they're down to go late, and so that's why they're drafting, you know, the Rom Geb duo lane. I just think that really teams should start taking a playbook, or taking a page out of the Locked and Goated playbook from yesterday that we saw when they were up against Baskin and the boys, and start taking away this Ganesh, just like Locked and Goated did from Gino. Trixenk has been on this Ganesh every game, and they're top 2ing it for him. So you know that they really value it. I just can't get on board with the Rom first pick. I mean, Warchi got first blood, and then frankly did nothing with it after that. So why are we going back to that as the top pick? I feel like the picks and bans right now for Papis are just a little bit off.
Yeah, it just seems like that they're trying to play into Belt Slap's hand. You know, Belt Slap have a very similar comp to what they played last time, and I think they're okay with it. They're like, okay, we can take it later if you want to, because the later it goes, the more we're going to be able to just absolutely obliterate you once Johnny hits that level 20 mark.
I mean, I just like the idea of trying to take tricks off of this comfort pick, but at the same time, even though the Papis didn't do that, and they gave Johnny the Kali, as you highlighted, they did switch up their mid-jungle combo, which I think was pretty important. I mean, if you're not going to give Chekio a whole lot of setup, then give him something like Discordia, who could do it a little bit better by herself, and then Marcus on something that can more easily initiate and get involved in these fights.
Well, Drake Arena now is the target. He's going to have to go ahead and pop that Geb shield just to get him away from the damage that Arkill's doing. But look at how low these two are from the Papis. They're absolutely just swinging back and forth, and I think that's huge for Belt Slap, especially Arkill and Trixtank, because if either one of them are able to pick up a kill and Trixtank is able to start rotating more, as you said, Ganesha is just so potent, and he has been so great on this Ganesha that he's going to be very impactful in these mid-game fights.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he's just really been solid on this selection, besides the one critical mistake he made early in game number 1 that didn't really come to matter too much, right? So it obviously is a pretty priority pick. Draco on the Geb this time around. We'll see if he can be a little bit more impactful than he was on that Yamoja. I feel like overall, I just don't know that the Papis have gotten Belt Slap off of their game plan quite enough. They did a good job of changing their own, you know, changing your entire mid 3v3 core and then leaving the ADC and Soul Laner the same, I think is enough of a switch up overall, though I still disagree with the Rom first pick. I just don't know that they've done enough to keep Belt Slap off of their game plan. Julio is still on a warrior that's just looking to get out of laning phase and be a real teamfight presence. Johnny is still on a late game hyper carry. Zeros, Trix, and Arkil are all on the same picks. So we'll see if the Papis are right. It seems like they're hedging their bets that the problem was not with what Belt Slap did, but more with how the Papis themselves executed. And it looks like that's where they're putting their eggs.
Well, and you were right. You're absolutely right. It seems like that, you know, Papis are trying to see if they can change up their style to go into Belt Slap, but it seems like when they were playing their style of game, even yesterday when they beat Belt Slap and to get them in that one game advantage, now that's completely null and void, it seems like that they're still playing into Belt Slap's hand. It's like Belt Slap have had an understanding of what went wrong in that set, and they're absolutely just capitalizing on it, saying, well, we knew that it took too long for us to get into these fights, so why not just play a later game comp and not fight them as much? Both ultimates are expended from the Soul Lane, and as you said, the Soul Lane is just kind of going to be one of those places where you don't really care if you actually get a kill or something. You just kind of want to get into those team fights.
Especially for Ama and Yorm, neither of whom are really going to be lane bullies in any sense of the word. Though both ultimates being down does open up ganks for both junglers. Marcus on Hunbats, knowing that Julio doesn't have any sort of CC immunity, might decide to pay a visit onto that right-hand side. And now Johnny knows that it's pretty easy to chase down that Yorm if he doesn't have the World Serpent.
Well, it does look like a blue buff invade might come out as Johnny's going to go ahead and try to start the fight on Marcus. Marcus is going to try to do overhead smash and not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage, but Julio will silence Creed. The Dharmic Pillars have been dropped. Creed is now the focus of the target. Julio will pick up first blood, and that's exactly what you want if you're Belt Slap.
And that's really credit to Trix Tank for being here and throwing the numbers in Belt Slap's favor. Draco just nowhere to be found. He's in mid. He wouldn't have been able to make nearly as much of an impact as Trix Tank did anyways because he's Geb, and that's what Geb does. Not a lot at this point in the game. Whereas Trix again on this Ganesh rotates, sets up an early kill, and gets himself ahead.
Well, missed Blink Cataclysm to help set up Chekio, and Chekio's ult just hovering and just walking down the lane will miss everybody, so that will be it for that any sort of engagement, but that's a really big loss for Draco Marino. It seems like now everything's clicking. There seems to be something stuck in the gear of the Papis, and how would you necessarily clean up that fight a little bit and see if maybe they can get something to happen?
I mean, I don't know that they would have had the damage to insta-kill Trix anyways, even with double ults. It would have been close, but Trix has tank boots, so he's awfully tanky at this point in the game. Unless Marcus could have been there with a Fear No Evil, I don't know that would have worked out anyways for Papis, even if everything had landed. I think that right now, if you're Papis, you're in a weird spot. Again, I just feel like you said it best, they're trying to play Belt Slap's game, and they picked a composition that is not aggressive early, and they get outscaled by Belt Slap's composition in the late game. So where is their advantage? What's their main win condition? And I think that in SMITE in Season 7 and in this sort of competitive environment with how good teams have gotten, even down here at the Challenger Circuit level, you have to have a cohesive plan. You've got to have a win condition that you can point to and say, hey, we're going to beat them by doing this, not necessarily by just playing SMITE better than them. That doesn't work anymore, I don't think. Teams are too good to just get out-mechanicked. You've got to come in with a cohesive game plan to beat them. Belt Slaps has been to outscale the Papis and be stronger in the late game like they were last game and like they've drafted for here today. Papis feel like they're waiting for Belt Slap to make a mistake and then punish them that way. They're a much more CC-heavy composition, so maybe Papis feel like around objectives they can use Marcus as an initiator and then Draco to follow up, or vice versa. But I just don't see a really cohesive game plan here for Papis.
Well, and the Papis have always been this team that wants to team fight in that late game. They don't care about Tier 1 towers. They kind of care a little bit about Tier 2 towers, but they really just want to get to this 30 to 40 minute mark and just start fighting and win these fights. And with the team comp that Belt Slap have drafted, they even win the team fighting. I mean, with Julio, with that dazzling offensive, as Marcus is going to try to get in onto Zeros, look at this. The Apple will also hit onto Johnny, but no damage is done. That's it. That's the engagement. and that's exactly what seems to be happening is that Belt Slap, they don't make a lot of mistakes for the Papis to capitalize on. And the Papis want to team fight more when they make those, when Belt Slap make the mistakes. And I just don't see Belt Slap making those types of mistakes right now.
They haven't yet today, though. They've certainly made a lot this weekend, so it's not impossible, but Belt Slap certainly look pretty locked in, I would say, so far. Marcus did get the beads from Zeros on that Blink Fear No Evil, which was the main goal. I think that if they could have gotten the kill, it really would have just been icing on the cake, because they're looking for things like this.
Well, Trix Tank was caught out of position. A Cataclysm and a Dharmic Pillars will be burned. But Draco Marino's now stuck, and look who's here. Big boy Johnny himself. As an Ohm's going to come out, Draco Marino will fall to Johnny. That's 2 kills onto this Kali. Creed has made the rotation over to see if he can help out, but that's going to be it. Johnny and Julio have been part of both of the kills for Belt Slap.
Yeah, not ideal there from Draco. I think that without any sort of ward coverage, Draco assumed that Zeros was going to be right next to Trix Tank, and he could have gotten both, but did not end up being the case.
Well, Johnny is still here, and he's looking to make an impact. Creed's going to have to go into the World Serpent, but look how low Marcus is, and Johnny picks him up. So now that is 3 kills for the solo and jungle side, and these are the 2 players that you don't want to feed.
No, certainly not. They're the ones that are going to scale really well, and now Creed's just dead right here because
he's still
Johnny
here. Johnny is still
loop
in the jungle. He just does the old loop, goes in the ult and says, "Oh, you're my mark. I'm just going to go ahead and heal up and walk away." This is what Belt Slap is known for. They've been doing this entire season, and there was a little bit of chinks in the armor we saw yesterday, a little bit today, but there have not been a whole lot of mistakes coming out of this Belt Slap squad.
This is about as bad of a start as you could ever have if you're Papis. I mean, it's 10 minutes in. They're not down by a ton of gold. They're only down by about 1,100, but 2,500 experience is a lot for this point in the game. And you look at the 4 kills that Belt Slap have, 3 of them are onto the Kali, and the 4th is onto the Yama. That's pretty much the nightmare scenario. The Papis now have to really try to lean on the duo lane side, but Marcus is now in a really awkward position, because when you're in a position where you're down this far to the enemy jungler this early, you're kind of caught in a no-win situation, because you want to start ganking to try and set your lanes up for success, so that you have a win condition, but you also just need to farm so you don't fall even further behind. And Johnny's been so good at prioritizing farm and being at fights all weekend that I think that could be a problem here for the Papis.
Well, Johnny is now alone. The Dharmic Pillars will be burned to try to help him get away because he does not have that ultimate available for him. But Draco Marino is still going to be stuck into that vortex and get a little bit of damage done to him. But you're absolutely right. Johnny at this point has been a part of all kills, and 3 of them going in his favor. And anybody knows that once Kali gets to that level 12, which Johnny just did, she becomes almost an unstoppable monster. And even at level 15, when she gets that 3rd or 4th item slot, it becomes even more difficult to kill. So Belt Slap now have every win condition in their favor.
Yeah, it's not a good start for the Papis for sure. And honestly, if EU hadn't been so prone to throws all weekend, I'd be talking about what we're doing in the draft if you're the Papis, basically, with how this start has been. But a lot of EU teams have shown not great strength for closing out games, and it's things like that, not being ready for a quick Gold Fury pull, a bad group reset by Belt Slap. You really can't afford to have your whole mid 3v3 core coming out of base at the same time. Good identification from the Papis, and that puts them pretty close to in the same spot in the Golden Experience department.
It seems like that whenever Belt Slap make a great, like, they're up 4-0, they're up 5-0, the Papis are like, hey, this is still our game. We're going to play it a little slower. We're going to go for these objectives rather than the actual kills and see if we can get something to come out of it. And it's resilience out of the Papis, I feel like. It seems like both EU teams have shown this ability to just stay in these games for as long as possible. They won't quit. And the Papis just showed that by taking this Gold Fury, and even though it was a 1,700 to 2,000 gold lead in the favor of Belt Slap, that Gold Fury swung it right back into the even area. And that's scary if I'm Belt Slap, because now that lead that we just got onto Johnny and onto Julio, that's just wiped away.
It is, but at the same time, the experience is still in Belt Slap's favor, and experience is a lot more valuable early on than gold, because items are expensive, and having a 2,000 gold lead split across 5 different members usually doesn't amount to that much. It's experience that ends up mattering a lot more, and they've got that still in their favor. A level for Julio and for Johnny and for Arkil. So I think Belt Slap's feeling okay.
Well, a double ult from Draco Marino, the Cataclysm, a body block, a huge Discordia Strife, and the Apple will connect. Trick's Shake will fall. Julio will pick up Draco Marino, and the Apple does some severe damage to Julio. But in the back, Johnny is trying to get onto Chekio, and Chekio will inevitably fall, and that is a reset for Johnny as well. So that is going to be more kills onto this Kali that you don't want to see. Warchi going to try to see if he can defend this, but that was a Pyromancer and a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Belt Slap.
Take a look at the Golden Experience. Again, almost double the experience earned by Belt Slap right there. And that's where the level disparity really comes into play. If Johnny was level 13 or something like that, or level 12 going into that, would that last auto have killed Chekio? Probably not.
Well, now there's going to be more aggression onto Warchi. He's going to try to get away. Beads and Aegis were popped in a Geb shield to help see if he can get away. And this is the aggression that we want to see out of this Belt Slap team. They have the lead and they can snowball it and put their foot down on the gas pedal and keep this pressure up. But instead, they will elect to back away because that would have been a 3-2 fight. But Arkil is now a little caught out of position. He has mana. He's able to get away if Johnny or Marcus is able to get onto him, and there's the ultimate, as that will be expended to see if he can get away. But Snipes coming out from Warchi, he will hit 2, but not the last one. So the disengage will happen, but Warchi has met Johnny down on the ground, and Johnny is on a rampage, and he doesn't care about Draco Marino. He wants Marcus. Marcus has been slowed. He has to use the beads, the Geb shield, but Hasten Katana Kali says, not today, but Zeros will go ahead and pick him up. So now Draco Marino is the only one left, and Johnny, that is his target. So he will stay as long as he needs to, but it will be almost the death of him because he took a lot of tower shots in the process.
Not a lot of mana for Johnny here. I don't know that he has enough for destruction. Probably going to be pretty close, and Creed's going to try and force it out of him. Johnny does have the destruction, and Draco's got to be careful.
Well, Draco gets the shutdown gold. Arkhill picks up Draco Marino in trade, but Johnny now has his first death of the game. But in the process, Julio has taken the first tower of the game on that right-hand side. Again, doesn't necessarily care that he wants to be over there, because when Johnny is this far ahead, now 3 levels ahead of his counterpart, he could just kind of run the game.
Easily from this position, and Julio is getting all the farm. And look, it's unfortunate for Johnny and Belt Slap that Johnny gave a shutdown bonus over to someone, but he gave it to the Geb. That's a best case scenario. Who cares that the Geb got all that golden experience? So he caught up a little bit to Trix Tank. Sweet. We're going to kill everybody else around him anyways. We'll save the Geb for last if we have to. That's not a big deal at all for Belt Slap. So, and look, it's not Draco's fault that he got that kill. If Johnny kills him, and that is his target, and Johnny gets the full reset, then he kills everybody else. So you've got to do whatever you can to get that kill before Draco would have ended up falling. It's just a little bit unlucky for the Papis that that's where the shutdown went.
Well, now there seems to be a little bit of pressure on Arkhill because he's leveled up, but the Fear No Evil will be canceled out by Arkhill recognizing it and just going to go ahead and go away. So Jingwei, you know, we've always said that Jingwei is one of the safest picks that you can pick when you're in the carry, and there's the reason why.
And that's not a great time to use that Blink Fear No Evil from Marcus, because Oni Fury's spawning. Normally you want to do that a minute right up before a Gold Fury spawns or an objective spawns, because then you'll have your ultimate coming back up, your Blink coming back up a little bit sooner than those beads. But as it stands, it's down for a long time.
Well, Johnny is up. Johnny's going to go ahead and get Marcus with those ticks, and now Warchi is up, and he's going to meet a wrecking ball. The beads are going to come out from Johnny in the shell as well. Warchi is trying to run for his life, but on the other end, Chekio's running for his as well. Merlin, Zeros will go ahead and pick him up. And look at this, Johnny, again, doesn't care about a tower, doesn't care about the damage. He doesn't have the destruction. He's got the reset to carry about. That is a double kill for Johnny on Draco Marino and Warchi, and now they can just go straight to this fire giant.
That is so brutal. I mean, Johnny doesn't even use the destruction, one just second from death from that tower shot, and he gets the reset and doesn't even have to use the ultimate without worrying. I mean, that is tough right there. Does end up having to use it eventually, but easy for Johnny to make that play. An easy fire giant for Belt Slap. I've said that we haven't seen a whole lot of blowouts in Europe so far. This might be the exception.
Well, now Creed has to go ahead and use his ult to see if he can get away, but he's going to go ahead and use the second one to get in and use the third one to disengage. Now, the mid tower in that tier 1 is low, but Marcus, he's a level 14 Hunbats, and the rest of the squad is at least 3 or 4 levels ahead of him, including a level ahead on Trix Tank, so I don't think he would have even made an impact. He'd have just been a bug on the windshield of that if they engaged on him.
And now Pyromancer goes Belt Slap's way. I mean, we're talking a really, really difficult mountain to climb now for the Papis. They don't even get a chance to do this Oni Fury while Belt Slap is resetting. I think that's something that Marcus and Warchi likely could have at least pulled, but maybe with Julio in mid lane, as soon as that level 19 Amaterasu shows up, she would have forced them off of it pretty easily. So probably the right call by the Papis not to try and test their luck on the Fury earlier. They seem a little bit tempted to try and do so now.
Well, Belt Slap get the Oni Fury, and now they're just running at Chekio. They don't care about him at all. Creed doesn't have an ult available, and Johnny will pick him up. Now Creed is just going to go ahead and get ohmed. Julio will pick him up. A 4-man Cataclysm from Draco Marino to try to keep him alive. Warchi will pick up Johnny. Julio will pick up Draco Marino. Arkhill will get sniped by Warchi. That is a double kill, but it won't matter because that's a triple kill for Julio. Warchi is the only one left available. Zeros is going to flicker. Zeros is going to try to get onto him. Zeros will destroy him. Zeros on a killing spree. That is a deicide for Belt Slap.
I mean, that was the dream scenario for the Papis. A fantastic Cataclysm by Draco, maybe gifted a little bit by Belt Slap, group it up too much. And then a great Fear No Evil from Marcus, and they still get wiped. And they still only get 2. I mean, that is brutal. Johnny didn't have a chance to get that ultimate off. He had no beads, so that's why that kill went through onto him. If he had beads, it wouldn't have even been as good as it was for the Papis. They at least stem the bleeding a little bit, get the Fire Giant buff off of Johnny and off of Arkhill, but they're going to lose at least 1 tower, looks like 2, with the fact that both Chekio and Draco went mid for some reason. They leave Zeros to his own devices on this left-hand side. A bit of a mistake there from the Papis. It's now a 10k lead at just 20 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like that the mid lane, they were trying to push down with the Oni Fury waves because they just want to get that tier 2. And Zero's, hey, he just needed a little solo farm, you know? Every mid laner needs a solo farm, but I don't know if you need the solo farm when you're 3, 0, and 4 and 2 levels ahead of your counterpart. Creed now is the focus, as he's going to have to use his ult because the Dharmic Pillars were dropped on him. And this is terrifying to me. When Trix Tank, the support, the Ganesh, is 1 level down from the enemy solo laner and is a level ahead of the enemy jungler and the same level as the mid laner, Bellslap have this game almost in the bag. It will be horrible to see if they somehow throw this game.
It's the worst feeling in the whole game for me as a mid laner whenever I see the enemy support is the same level as me. I feel like there's no point in me playing anymore at that point because I just know that defense is pretty efficient and damage it can be as well, but mages really rely on having base damage and things like that until they get those late game items in order to carry them through. When you have the same amount of completed items as a tank, they're going to out-tank you until you have 5 or 6 items. So at this point, Chekio is really not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage. I mean, look at where Marcus is in the player damage. That's the 2nd game in a row. He's been 10th in the player damage list into the mid to late game. I think that moving forward in this set, because I agree, this is looking pretty dire for the Papis. Marcus, what are you going to be able to make plays on? What's going to get you comfortable? Because that's really been the main problem so far that we've seen in this set, I think, is how well Johnny has performed in comparison to Marcus.
Well, it seems like that Marcus's response has always been, hey, I want to go Nemesis. Nemesis is the god that I want. And these past 2 games, Beltap has said, no, Marcus, you can't play Nemesis. We know that you actually can play her pretty well and actually beat us on her. So I think that's what they were trying to do, is just trying to make him uncomfortable. And Marcus has been pretty uncomfortable these past 2 games, and it's something that's a little bit uncharacteristic of him. But what's not uncharacteristic is Beltslap just running away with the game now. This is a 12k gold lead. This Fire Giant is about to spawn, and all the Papis can do is just sit back and hope and pray they can defend these Phoenixes.
I like Marcus splitting off and getting some farm for himself. I think that's a good idea. I think he could likely even push that tier 1, though, without any sort of information on where anybody from Beltslap is. Probably a wiser call to just wait and let go farm out your jungle. You don't end up getting caught before this inevitable Phoenix Siege.
Well, the Phoenix Siege hasn't quite started yet because the teams do elect to go ahead and back. We are almost to the point now where this would have been a near perfect game besides the 2 deaths onto Johnny and 1 for either the duo lane. And it seems like that is what Beltslap have wanted. They wanted to see if they can make the Papis make a mistake. And Papis, it seems like they've been making mistake after mistake, or it seems like that they're just playing right into Beltslap's hand, as we have mentioned earlier.
I mean, as soon as Johnny got those 3 early kills, we knew this was going to be a tough task for the Papis, and Johnny has not squandered that lead whatsoever, and that's really been the difference. So a lot of times in these European games, when one team gets ahead or when one player gets ahead, they don't really keep their foot on the gas. They don't try and make sure that they keep the pressure going. Instead, they kind of go back to farming like everything is normal. Beltslap have made the good adjustment to not do that and instead say, hey, our Kali's ahead, let's fight early and really make sure the Papis don't have a chance.
Well, here comes the first Phoenix defense of this game, and this is the dire one that the Papis need to win. They're waiting to see, and Johnny is in the mid lane, trying to see if he can push some wave, and Warchi taking a lot of poke from Julio and Arkill, and Zeros. Look at the damage that has been done. So now this Phoenix seems to be almost free. Zeros taking a little bit of poke, but Creed taking more poke as Julio will pick him down. That is huge because the World Serpent was not able to get off, and in the back, Marcus is there. Marcus is able to go onto and run at the enemy jungler. Johnny picking him up. So that will be the left-hand side Phoenix down. The mid Phoenix is the next target. There's only 3 people left. They have all Fire Giant, and it is not an enhanced Fire Giant, but they can shred this. Draco Marino is going to go ahead and blink in Cataclysm, but Chekio is now caught out of position. That is Donnie again. Arkill picking up Draco Marino. It doesn't matter if you're there, Warchi. I've got Destruction. I've got the reset, the double kill, the deicide. This will be belt slap all the way as the Titan will inevitably fall.
Man, that one was easy, and Belt Slap making me eat my words a bit that EU typically does not have blowout games. That was a blowout right there. And now the Papis, I mean, they probably were riding really high after beating Belt Slap yesterday, feeling very confident, I'm sure, coming into today. It's tough to have your first 2 games of a set really not be close at all. Now you know that you've got to win 2 in a row in order to find the victory. So it's up to the Papis to dig deep, use that veteran presence a little bit, and understand that they can't try and look at it as we got to win 2 games in a row. Take it 1 game at a time, and it's got to start with Marcus looking more comfortable in the jungle.
Well, I'm looking at my watch right now, and all it keeps saying is it's Johnny time. Desk, what did you guys see when it came to that game 3?
Well, a lot of Johnny still and a lot of Julio still. I mean, we started this day and I was talking about how if the Papis win 1 game, they go up 2-0, and that's going to be it, right? It's going to be devastating if you're Belt Slap. And since then, they haven't even had the opportunity to. And, you know, Alpha Jackal in that last game, I even said this when we were talking about, you know, setting up things to talk about for this. I was just like, I don't want to just repeatedly talk about Julio and Johnny. But it's kind of hard not to when they keep doing what they're doing. I mean, 12-2 and 6-0.
When they have performances like this, you kind of just warrant having to talk about them. 12-2 on the Kali. You saw in those last fights, just diving under the towers, diving under the Phoenixes, no regard for anything coming his way, just holds down the W key towards the end and is rewarded for it by getting constant resets. The Papis, they look absolutely bewildered in these last 2 games. Like, they had an idea of how to beat Belt Slap before. Belt Slap took that, flipped it on its head, found out what the issue was, fixed that issue in this set, and so far Papis have had no answer.
Yeah, I mean, Zeros even having a comfortable game. When you start having this, you know, expand beyond just the jungle and the solo, it creates a different conversation. I can't remember if it was this one or a different one. It was, in fact, this one right there. Getting that heal, hitting your target, getting the heal just before you would have died. Johnny was in the zone for Kali, and that's all you needed to know throughout this one. Then I think that kind of helped spread to Julio, which helped spread to Zeros, which helped spread to Arkill. Like, it got to the point where they just had such a lead, it was almost ludicrous for the Papis to try and take a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you saw just then in that replay, 4-man Fear No Evil, that's usually the recipe for an instant win for yourself, but that was a 4-man defensive Fear No Evil. Johnny just running with no regard for his life, Warchi disappears in the blink of an eye, and there's nothing you can do against that sort of thing. You lost the game 20 minutes ago, it's just, you're going through the motions at that point. This is a victory lap so far for Belt Slap.
Johnny running in with no fear for his life, I think, is just a good synopsis for that game. So many times we saw him getting aggressive and jumping into the fray, and it felt like it was maybe going to be the end for him. Even if he didn't have his ult, he still managed to walk away alive. So the Kali worked out well here. We'll have to see if it makes it through as we go into game number 3. What could be the last game of these finals with the way Belt Slap has been playing. A very dominant game number 2. And even with that 1-game advantage Papis came into this with, it's now do or die for them.
Yeah, this is certainly a dicey situation for the Papis. The respect, yes, okay, that's fair. I honestly don't think anybody expected anything less than an instant Kali snap ban at this point.
I mean, it coming through is faster, I would say, than I expected to see it come through, right? It's obviously going to be necessary, but they didn't even hesitate. It wasn't like, okay, well, let's get rid of, the Sobek and Persephone that we've been getting rid of, or Morgan in there. They are all in on Johnny this time around. Kali, Daji, you could tell me the next one's Bakasura, and I wouldn't be too surprised for them. Whereas Beltslap, sticking to their guns, Kumbhakarna probably going to be here. And this is where that equation that you were actually talking about comes in. Depending on what Papis ban, Beltslap are either going to end up letting Persephone or Morgan through, or potentially letting both through.
And in that case, I'll just let both through. Sobek is going to be the ban here from the Papis. I was expecting that to maybe go through if the Bakasura was going to be let open. But so Beltslap opens on them. They can let through Bakasura, they can let through Persephone and Morrigan. Just take one for themselves, in fact, take two for themselves. They're going to elect to ban the Persephone. Very interesting choice. Papis over here have an option to just take the Morrigan for themselves for free as a first pick, but you're doing that against Zeros, you're doing that against Johnny, you're doing that to pick Ganesh first. Is this right?
Now,
production?
Trix,
Can we get...
He's had a good couple of games, but I don't know if that warrants giving Zeros of all people the Morrigan, which I think is going to be dominant. Or honestly, it's not been often that we see it, but you could even have Johnny take something like the Morrigan and still make it look good. Beltslap are definitely happy with the way this has started.
I think the first mistake the Papis have made this entire draft has been taking first pick. Because they took first pick for game... Well, they given first pick for game 1, because Beltslap had choice. Then game 2, they had choice, and they chose first pick again after they lost, and just got absolutely manhandled in that set. And now they're taking first pick yet again. They've given up Morrigan Heimdall to pick up a first pick Ganesh when they've had to ban out 2 junglers already. I just don't see where this goes for the Papis. There must be something in their draft that warrants them to pick up this Ganesh so early on that it's like the linchpin for their strategy here.
Now, it's going to be something they're going to have to showcase, and they're probably going to have to showcase it soon, because otherwise Beltslap... Morgan Heimdall, I can think of Pro League teams that are happy with just those two. They don't care what they get for the rest of the draft. They're going to be very, very happy. And Heimdall is maybe the one that I focus in on even more so than any of the others, just because of the fact that in Europe, at least for the Challenger circuit, he hasn't necessarily been as big. In NA, these last couple of days, we've seen him banned out all of the time. And now it looks like he might even have like a Fafnir beside him. He's going to be hitting hard. What kind of hunter can you pick against Heimdall to box him down or keep him locked up?
It's difficult to choose a hunter that can really do well against him. I'd say Hu Yi has a particularly decent matchup against him, just because your slow basic attacks as well, but you hit a bit harder because of the fact that you can have that Mark of the Golden Crow. You can force him out defensively very easily because of the fact that you also have that Sunbreaker ultimate, slowing him down quite a lot. He doesn't really have much outside of his ultimate to use defensively to get out of that. So I would maybe be looking at Beltslap banning out the Rom, 100% take that away, and then look to ban out the Hu Yi and force Papis into a really awkward matchup in that duo lane.
Well, Johnny's going to take at least one more seat here as Bakasura gets banned away. It's the Jingwei Rom on the other side, so potentially still that Hu Yi, although Papis so far haven't been able to find too much success. I think Echrome earlier played Kernanos and Hu Yi as well against Beltslap, so maybe they're just feeling confident against some of these others. And pretty much 4 out of 5, an 80% batting rate here, going against the jungler for Beltslap. At this point, I wonder what Johnny goes to.
Oh, well, there's still a Thor available. If I have to take Thor jungle, I suppose that'll be something I can do. Oh, Humbats is still available. Oh, well, sorry, I'm going to have to play Humbats here. Ao Kwong is still an option for Beltslaps and Johnny. So you ban out 4 junglers, there's still 3 extremely good options for him, which shows why sometimes banning him out is the play, sometimes banning him out is futile. Amaterasu versus King Arthur in the solo lane. King Arthur can struggle if he gets put behind in this matchup because of Amaterasu's sustain and reflection damage, but the King Arthur should be finding himself quite at home here.
Well, it was easy to make fun of it in ways at the beginning. Ganesh trading out Morgan Heimdall doesn't seem like it's going to go well, but getting a Camazotz and a King Arthur is definitely a way to run the show. Camazotz has been very big for Johnny in the past, and he's somebody that it's just hard to take down with that sustain. So, Papis, I'm maybe not completely sold on their draft. Maybe you'll be able to sell me on it, but I do think it has its merits. But Heimdall, Morrigan, and Mercury, you've got a lot of strong carries there for Belt Slap. How do you see this one shaking down?
I'm sorry to say, Papis fans, but this looks like a 3-1 belt slap. Ganesh first pick does kind of work out. It does make a bit more sense, but it has to be belt slap with this draft.
Yeah, it's the first pick part that really kind of makes it questionable more than it is the Ganesh part. We've seen Trixtank running this Ganesh pretty comfortably so far these last couple of games. Now it's the Papis' turn to try and make it look good, and they have to do it now or else they're going to be going home. So let's go down to game number 3, see if Belt Slap can take it or Papis stay alive.
Thank you again, and my gosh, did we switch regions all of a sudden, aggro? I'm looking at this, King Arthur, Camazotz, aggressive on one side, and even more aggressive on the other with Zeros on a Morrigan, Arkil on a Heimdall. Did we just switch regions all of a sudden?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I mean, this draft, I know I talked a lot about taking Trixtank off of that Ganesh. I would not have advised that having to give up Morrigan Heimdall. That's a lot that you have to give up. Especially when it's Zeros, man, on this Morrigan pick, who for my money is the best Morrigan player in the world. So I just don't think that, and that's what teams do to you, right? That's what teams like Belt Slap do to you, where they make you feel like you have an impossible decision in picks and bans. I like the idea to give Draco the Ganesh. It's such a comfort pick for him in the past, but boy, do I feel like Belt Slap got away with something to get both the Morrigan and Heimdall.
It seems like they might get away with murder if this game goes long, because it seems like the Papis, they want to fight early. They want to see if they can get these early aggressive picks and see if maybe they can snowball a lead that way, something that we see a lot out of the NA region. But right now, the game's still slow. Belt Slap are still playing their game, and I think that's exactly what they want. Because look at this. Julio on Amaterasu is outboxing a King Arthur.
It's not usually what you expect, but pre-5 and pre-Glad Shield, it certainly can happen. Especially with the new changes to Warrior's Blessing, you just take so much more damage from lane minions, and that really hurts King Arthur because he really needs that little bit of extra mitigation. And then he doesn't have the sustain coming from Glad Shield that he will a little bit later on. So I think Arthur pre-5 actually got a pretty massive nerf with how the Warrior's Blessing change went, whereas some other gods got a little bit buffed or not as much affected. I think Arthur's a good example of one that got pretty heavily weakened by that. And we're talking before midseason, where he's going to lose Glad Shield as it currently is. If you're sick of seeing Arthur, I think post midseason, you might be pretty happy.
Well, I know that the Papis are sick of seeing Julio just kind of run the jungle, and he will continue to do that. But the Mercury will have him to slow down just a little bit, not necessarily on the movement speed, but in the way that he will farm. He is going to go ahead and get the boots on first, which will help him get a little bit more movement speed to help him run around the map.
It's not like it's on other characters where going this boots one start gives you legitimately 0 power in order to help clear the jungle, except for that on Assassin's Blessing. You get a little bit as Mercury because, of course, part of his passive is converting movement speed into power. It's not a lot, but it's not nothing, and that's really what matters. And look, you're not playing Mercury to make big plays without your first item anyways, right? I mean, Mercury's a god that in the early game is very setup-oriented and then turns into a damage dealer himself.
Hey, Julio, Glad Shield's online. Creed will pick up first blood.
Yeah, that's pretty quick how that turns, right? Arthur, pre-5, pre-Glad Shield, awful. As soon as he backs against Glad Shield, impossible to box, just instantly. And Julio does not respect that TP in quite enough.
Well, Marcus is around in the jungle. It seems like he's got that level 5. He might look to go onto Trixtank or onto Arkil, but look who else is here is Johnny. Johnny is level 5. Warchi's looking a little weak. A shell will have to be popped. Johnny was warming up the ultimate to see if maybe he can get it off, but elects not to do so, and so he will go ahead and back away. But yeah, and on the flip side, you know, Julio, who has been running games from the solo lane with the tier pick and even the Amaterasu pick in that second set, he's now a little behind this King Arthur. And if I'm Creed, I kind of take that win and hope and pray that maybe something can happen and I can start out-rotating him.
Definitely. And it's a really good idea, I think, to put Creed on something that isn't super passive that gives him some more agency in that lane. Because the Yorm, frankly, in game 2 in particular, it was kind of over as soon as Johnny got all that far ahead. The Yorm's not going to be able to change that. Something like King Arthur, on the other hand, can make a big difference.
Well, what can make a big difference is a dazzling offensive, a couple of body blocks, and Johnny will pick up Creed in response. Something you do not want to see on a Mercury now. He's got a level ahead and a kill ahead over his counterpart.
So that's kind of the opposite end, is when you're going to be playing aggressively and your team is going to be counting on you to get some of that lead for them. To lose it like that is not a great look here for Creed on this Arthur. And like you said, you set up Johnny with a small experience advantage. You kind of get Julio back in the lane, and it makes you think twice about every aggressive trade you take from here on out. As the Arthur, it's kind of an awkward matchup where normally Arthur just bullies so well because of that Excalibur's Wrath, but with the Ama having guaranteed gank setup with that dazzling offensive, Arthur really cannot get away from it, even with all his mobility. It just covers such a big area of the lane, and that's going to set up Johnny for a special delivery and a Sonic Boom if he's got it pre-charged. All of that makes this lane a little bit more awkward now for Creed. He's got to think about when he's using that CC immunity.
And it seems like that Belt Slap are just in the heads of the Poppy. Having to burn a final judgment on your red buff, and not even get any damage on the enemy support, just having to secure it for yourself is a big ultimate burn, but not necessarily at this point in the game, because he is only level 7, so not a whole lot of damage done, but I feel like that's just mind games at this point, and Belt Slap are definitely winning in the momentum and the mental strength.
Chekio losing that ultimate hurts, but it's not really the end of the world, I don't think.
Well, Fafnir will go ahead and turn into a dragon and get immediately locked down. Chekio will pick him up. Johnny now is the target as the Bat Out of Hell will swipe once, swipe twice. He's one shot, will not hit the third one, but he will pick him up anyway. But look who else is here. Zeros has turned into Marcus as well, and he won't get anything in response. But Marcus picking up a kill onto Johnny will help even that out a little bit.
Looking like the Ganesh is pretty impactful so far here, Fuzzy. I mean, that Fafnir matchup is a tough one for Trixtank. I'm surprised that that's the direction he wanted to go up against that Ganesh, because that Draconic Corruption transformation takes so long and puts you exactly in the same spot, and it makes it really, really easy for Draco to either pin you with the ultimate, in that scenario hit you with the 3, and then the silence means you're not going to get that jump off for a very long time.
Yeah, and Trixtank just... this is Draco Marino's best god. And Trixtank knows that it's that Draco Marino's best god is this Ganesha, and I think that's why they continually prioritized it when they were picking and banning. Is if you can get it out of Draco Marino's hand, he's going to have to go to a backup, something that he might not be as comfortable with or can't do as much work on. You know, when we last casted aggro in that first day, Draco Marino just carried carried the Poppies on his back alone with this Ganesh Ohms, and I think that's exactly what the Poppies are going to need him to do again.
And that certainly explains the prioritization from Belt Slap, but I think it's really up to how well Arkkill is going to be able to use this Heimdall and how well Zeros is going to be able to leverage this Morrigan as the game goes on. And again, Belt Slap's composition scales really, really well in this game. And you look at what the Poppies have, I think you're right to put a lot of pressure on the Draco's shoulders, because not only is he going to be tasked with shutting down this Fafnir transform, but also you can silence special delivery so that you don't get to actually throw them as Mercury. You can silence out the Morrigan if she's coming in for your backliner. You find her with that Ohm. Not only does it reveal her, but it cancels out that 3-aspect stun, and then you have to go through the process of pressing 1 again, and then you have the opportunity to click and stun. You're going to die in that amount of time in the backline. You're really going to have to see Zeros stun, pre-beads, transform a lot of the time, because otherwise Draco is going to be able to silence him and probably end up killing that Morrigan.
Well, Draco Marino will be a little bit scared of Johnny, who is level 9, and throw out the Dharmic Pillars, but no Guild Fury will be started. But Warchi has been spotted up by Trixtank. A hammer will be off the mark, so it won't necessarily stun him, but This, again, it just seems like that Belt Slap have kind of just drafted a team into their play style. They want to play for the late game. They're trying to slow things down. And on the opposite side, you've got Marcus, who's, I would say, arguably is more on can pick up a fight and win a 1v1 trade, regardless of who it is at certain points in the game. And Marcus needs to step up as well because he has been underperforming in this entire set.
No doubt. And he's off to a better start, though still a little bit behind because Johnny has those 2 kills. But it just seems awfully CC light again for the Papis, whereas Belt Slap continues to draft a lot of crowd control, a lot of team fight presence, a lot of late game. And the Papis really haven't proven that they've been strong enough in the early game to punish Belt Slap in these comps.
Well, Arkle was here with a friend, and Trix Tank was that friend. Warchi is going to get some damage done to him. Blink is going to come out, but the rest of the squad is here to help him out. Marcus is going to just throw out some damage, and the beats came out as well. An Ohm to kind of secure, just to make sure that Trix Tank doesn't go in onto him, but Johnny is winding up that ultimate. He's looking for someone to be out of position, and Chekio might be that someone, but instead Johnny will go ahead and back away, still wind up the ult to see if maybe someone steps up in the jungle.
Don't think it's really enough to get Belt Slap a guaranteed Gold Fury either because Chekio has the best secure on the map with that final judgment.
Well, Johnny is now caught out. The Ohm will keep him alive, but the Dharmic Pillars almost kill him. So now the ultimate just to try to get away, but to Niflheim you go, Marcus, as he will come crashing back down. A great peeling ult from Arkil.
A little bit awkward, though, by Belt Slap. I mean, Johnny, I don't really know what he's searching for in the jungle right there, trying to catch the Papis a little bit off guard, but ends up costing him his ultimate, costs Arkil his ultimate. I mean, I guess you get some value out of it. Looks like Chekio used his beads at some point during that. Shell as well from Draco. Not all bad for Belt Slap.
Not all bad, and they do get that Oracle vision that every team in the EU has needed for these fights to continue. But the Papis still have the kill advantage, but not necessarily the gold advantage. Gold right now is in favor of Belt Slap, around 300, excuse me, and that's kind of where it needs to be. But I mean, if Warchi just keeps missing these ultimates, these Crow ultimates, it's going to be a pretty easy lane for Arkil.
Certainly. I mean, that's the idea for Hou Yi in this matchup is that you just drop that ultimate aggressively because Arkil has to take the time to teleport out of danger, but Arkil's doing a good job of keeping his portals very close together so it won't take a whole lot of time for that teleport to go off. And then Warchi's not being accurate with Ricochet anyways.
Well, the Gold Fury has been started. The Mark of the Crow onto Trix Tank. Trix Tank is going to look a little weak, and a great Ricochet will pick him up. Bat Out of Hell is expended, but the Gold Fury is still at about half health because it has been dropped. So Marcus is going to try to get the vision on it, and Arkil is there just to help out, but that's going to be it for that engagement, and that's another kill for the Papis.
Sometimes Trix just is better off without the jump key. You know, we've seen it before. We'll see it again. I'm sure that's his play style. And you know what? You take the good with the bad. And you certainly get a lot more good than bad. But that jump in, ill-advised is the phrase that I'll use right there. Trix just on a bit different page than the rest of Belt Slap. If everyone else surges forward in order to try and help him in that scenario, probably goes okay. But with the rest of Belt Slap, a little bit wary on taking an actual fight, just trying to focus the objective, made that jump in guaranteed death for the support.
Well, Draco Marino still just making sure that they have vision control over this Gold Fury pit now that the Oracles have dropped. They will spawn here pretty soon, but, you know, Arkil has been just keeping in lane, just trying to keep up with him, but because of that kill on the Trix Tank, he is now a level down, and that kind of favors Warchi because I think he'll be able to start getting into these team fights, and that's where he's known to shine the most.
I think Warchi has kind of struggled today, though, in doing that. I mean, normally I agree with you, but you look at the first game of this set on the ROM, gets the first blood, that's about it. Then in game 2, that game snowballed out of control pretty quickly. Don't really think you could put that at Warchi's feet, but also wasn't able to really have an impact. So I think that you could really say the same for every single member of the Papis. I don't think any of them have played the way they were envisioning coming into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I think it falls on Marcus a lot too, because he has just been constantly 3-4 levels down, and now that he's kind of keeping with pace, even though he's a level down, he's still keeping with pace, but Zeros is going to find a tasty treat, and that's going to be Chekio. Marcus is there to just help peel him off, but Chekio did have to burn his beads. Look at the amount of damage that Johnny has taken. He's got the ultimate winded up just to try to see if he can get away, but Julio has made the rotation now, and Marcus is the target, it seems. Draco Marino will own the silence, and Creed is here to cripple him. So that's going to be the rest of that engagement, and that's great peeling from the sides of Poppy.
But what did Belt Slap lose to get Chekio's beats? Zilch, nothing. I mean, they're in a great spot. Johnny likely going to be able to back, by full Erendite. I was going to say it's been a minute since he's been able to back, so it doesn't surprise me that he had enough gold in hand. That's a massive power spike for Mercury.
Well, the Gold Fury is going to be started up, and an Ohm to keep the transformation from happening. This is exactly what you wanted to see, aggro. Chekio will pick up Trixchank. Julio is now in the back, and Arkill is looking a little bit weak, but he will teleport, and a good Bifrost will get him out of that fight to see if he can stay alive. So right now, Poppies have all of the advantage that they want, taking out Trixtank, and again, Trixtank, he just leaps in and can't do too much about it because of the Ohm to keep him away.
That's what Ganesh does. He kills frontliners really, really well because they very rarely have that CC immunity. A little surprised that Poppies don't go for the Gold Fury after getting that pick, but maybe a little bit concerned about a flank coming in from Zeros and finding Chekio without those beats.
Well, Zeros is here just to see if maybe he can get enough people scared off that Pyromancer, and it does in fact work. But Draco Marino has now been caught out. Goodbye, son, as Johnny picks him up, and that is his first rage stack.
And that's where you can really start to see how we punish the Ganesh. Instead of trying to go on people around him, sometimes you actually have to prioritize the elephant himself, and that's exactly what Belt Slap do, and they open up an easy Gold Fury. They got to watch out for Chekio coming in with that final judgment.
Well, there was an elephant in the room, and Warchi is about to figure that out because Johnny will pick him up, and Morgan transformed into the Amaterasu just to make sure that that happens, but Chekio having to pop Aegis will get away and dash away just in time, but Trixtank is now taking the tower shots. He will stun him out, but look at this. Marcus, actually Johnny is looking a little bit low. Marcus might be able to pick him up, but the beats come out. Marcus pick him up. So Arkill now has burned his ult, but Julio is here to silence him. Julio will pick him up, and now Creed is a little too late, as look who is there. That's going to be Zeros just doing some damage. Draco Marino, though, silencing out the rest of Belt Slap into those Dharmic Pillars, and that will be the disengage.
I mean, Belt Slap get 3 kills for 1, a Gold Fury as well. I mean, they triple the amount of gold that the Poppies had gotten during that engagement, double their experience. Look at a lot more like Game 1, where Poppies are okay early on, but then start to lose these incremental advantages that they had earned up until that point. Look at the slight XP leads basically everywhere for Belt Slap. 1 in the jungle, 1 in mid, 1 in ADC. Frontliners are staying even here for the Poppies, but this Belt Slap composition is so good on getting into the backline because of the Morgan and the Mercury that I don't know how effective the frontliners can really be here.
And it seems like that even though the score line says 6-6, it seems like that the deaths that have been on Belt Slap have been more on the frontliners, and Johnny, you know, he's got it 2 himself, but he's caught that up with 4 kills of his own. And on the other side, the kills are evenly spread across. So it seems like that everybody is losing XP together. And I think that's the issue that Poppies keep running into, is that it's not just one person dying all the time. It's everybody dying once, twice, and a few times here and there.
And those take games that are close into blowouts or snowballs pretty quickly. But the Poppies here on time for this Pyromancer, which I like quite a bit. They've got the best secure here from that final judgment.
Well, Ohm is going to come out onto Julio, but look in the back as he is obliterated. Chekio gets absolutely destroyed, but Marcus will pick up Julio due to the Dharmic Pillars. And up in the air goes Johnny. The Warchi has dropped the Sun to try to keep himself alive, but it's too little too late. Marcus gets a double. Zeros picks up Warchi, and that is, again, 2-for-2 trade. But that entire time, Arkill says, you know what, I'll just get some towers on the left-hand side. Might even look to get a Phoenix.
A 5-on-4 there that Belt Slap take from the outset, and they still come out on top. And it's all Zeros, man, on this Morgan. He is just popping off on this pick. And you know, I've really missed getting a chance to see Zeros play this god. I mean, the Morrigan definitely a rocky history with competitive availability and all that, but every time Zeros gets his hands on this character, I feel like he's making plays with it.
And just the sheer amount of damage. I mean, the Dark Omen, and then just Mercury just goes, I'm just going to blow right through you like tissue paper, a plane going at supersonic speed. It was just unbelievable, the amount of communication and setup that Beltslap have. And again, the scoreline might say 8-8, but that gold lead and that XP lead say a completely different story.
5K lead, wow, almost for Beltslap, over 4 already, nearly 5 in experience. That's even bigger than I had realized that it had gotten to. And it's just these small little wins every single time where we outkill them is going to make a big difference.
Well, Creed seems to be the focus now, and look at that, just another Mercury ultimate, getting the beads to go ahead and stop that dash, but again, Julio will pick him up. The rest of the squad is a little too late. They're going to try to get some damage onto Johnny. Marcus is up in the bat out of hell. Arco's going to go ahead and get a good Bifrost, but it won't matter. He gets stunned, but a great hammer from Trixtank to peel out Arkill keeps him alive, so Arkill's going to have to see if he can completely disengage along with Johnny.
And this time it's Warchi's turn to not join the fray and actually just start to push on that left-hand side.
Well, Draco Marino saw what a dragon can do, and that's breathe some fire. And Zeros has turned into the Amaterasu to see if he can go onto Chekio. One more blink will be able to maybe clean it up, as there it goes. Zeros gets the double kill. But look who's here to help defend this tier 2. It's Johnny, but a good ricochet will keep his life down, but a good crit to keep bring Warchi's life down a little bit more. But the tier 2 tower in left will inevitably fall, and the Fire Giant has been started by Beltslap.
Marcus has Blink and Beads, so it's not completely over, but a good hammer, late Beads for Marcus there, and then decides to give it up. And odd series of decisions there by the Papis jungler, I think. If you're in, you're in. You know, in for a penny, in for a pound. If you're standing there, you should be trying to get in there and get a kill on a Zeros or steal Fire Giant or something like that. If you're not willing to do that, go farm. Don't lose your beads. Now, Zeros is going to be hunting him down the whole team fight. And at this point, now that he has Polynomicon and he's level 20, he might be able to just straight up one-shot Marcus before he can ever use that bat out of hell ultimate.
Yeah, and not only Zeros, but we just are seeing some high crit numbers coming out of Johnny as well. 1,000 just on the XP buff. But Beltslap take the Primal Fury, and they want to continue this fight. Draco Marino having to dash away. The Pridwin propped as well, so he will not have that helpful shield to get him out of this. But Julio is going to be there. A dash in from the Mercury ultimate will not matter, but Draco Marino's life matters more to them because he is just out of position. Chekio warming up that Final Judgment will go ahead and elect to get rid of that, because now there's a 5-man squad on the left-hand side, and it's a 4v5, and it's 8-12, 22 minutes in, and they're looking to push this. Trixtank is going to go up into the Dragon. He's going to go ahead and try to give the attack speed buff to somebody. Creed taking a little bit of poke from Arkill, but the focus here is the Phoenix. But Trixtank taking a little bit too much damage as a Final Judgment does connect onto Julio and the Trixtank, but just not enough damage to secure those kills.
Same story as game 1 of this set, where Beltslap decided to go for a Phoenix instead of just getting the guaranteed gold off of the map. But they don't lose that much for it. They don't overcommit and lose a member like they did last time. Instead, they're in a position where they got Chekio's beads, they got his ultimate, and now they can start to set up for some towers.
Marcus, I hate to say this, but there's a couple of people here who want to eat your lunch, but he will go ahead and get away, and it seems like that this mid tower now is the main focus, but look at this disengage that's coming out of Beltslap. It seems like maybe they're wanting to catch somebody out, but on the flip side, the Papis are trying to catch someone out, but Zeros, look who's here! Arkill will pick up Chekio. A stun comes out from Zeros to pick up Warchi. Johnny is now in the back, coming on to Draco Marino as Arkill picks up the double. Now Creed is just all alone, nothing there as Johnny picks him up. Now look at this, Zeros has turned into Amaterasu. Marcus is the target. Marcus doesn't have the bat out of hell. He will fall. That is a deicide. The mid-Phoenix will eventually fall, and the crown will still remain onto Beltslap's head. They're still your champions in the EU SCC.
Yeah, they made it a bit interesting for us, didn't they, Fuzzy, with their loss yesterday, going down in the lower bracket, but they, I don't think the Papis will like Beltslap when they're angry, and they looked pretty angry here today. They made sure that there was no doubt about it who the best team in Europe was. Right now, still Belt Slap.
Yeah, it just seemed like Belt Slap just controlled the entire pace of the set from mental games in game one to where they extended these fights and extended the game as well to an absolute obliteration in game two to where they respond with another annihilation in game three. It just seems that Belt Slap just controlled every aspect of the set.
And we've learned a valuable lesson here today, Fuzzy. It doesn't matter how long it's been since Zeros has played the Morrigan. You cannot let him play that character under any circumstances. The man's too good at the pick. You just got to ban it away from him. Don't have a choice.
Zeros Morrigan. It was great to see it back. Desk, what did you think about Zeros playing the Morrigan?
Well, it looked good, much like it often would look like other gods as well as just Morgan itself. He's just insane when you give him the option to play it. Something that we've mentioned needing to be banned away, and we're surprised they let him have it. That Ganesh didn't quite do what it did yesterday and carried them to victory there, Alpha Jackal. So now, moving forward, Papis, yesterday kind of surprised everybody winning 2-1. I mean, Belt Slap, they've only lost now, I guess you can technically conclude 2 sets throughout this entire year, I believe, that has come through for them. And not a lot of games that have been dropped. They went undefeated throughout Phase 2, and they decided that they weren't going to get eliminated by any of these teams today either. 7-3-5 there for Johnny, 4-0-11 for Zeros. It was just a good game.
It was a fantastic game, fantastic set from Belt Slap, and yeah, you're right. They have only lost 5 games throughout the entirety of the year. One game they lost at the very end in the finals of the first phase, and then they lost the one game against Smiley Face beginning of this tournament. They lost 2 games against the Papis, and then the 5th and final one was one that the Papis were given to them because they came in through upper bracket. So technically they've only lost 4 games.
It's that idea when you've lost 5 games, one of them was a technicality, and the other 3 all happened in this tournament, like when they come through. And the last time it happened for you, and all of that was the last time we did a playoff. So I think it showcases how strong Belt Slap really are. I mean, the performances this game were all around. Damage numbers-wise, Julio was up towards the top, and it's not too surprising to see that. But it really is Zeros, I think, this time being, the different player. Obviously, Julio's played well this set. Very obviously, Johnny's played well this set. But Zeros took a little bit of warm-up time, and I think seeing him play, well, what seems like the Morrigan and Amaterasu so far really helped the team out.
Yeah, this is a perfect showcase of why you do not give a player who's one of the best mechanically in the world a pick that he is so known for that teams who've gone on to win world championships have said, we do not want to play against this pick whatsoever. So the fact that they first picked Ganesh over the Morrigan, you're expecting the Ganesh to have a standout performance. You're expecting Draco Marino to almost carry the game to justify that first pick potential, but it just never happened, and they got steamrolled for it. This was just a showcase of what it is that makes a team very good. Is you have to have good communication, you have to have good team play fights, but above all else, you have to have a good draft.
And I think that's something Belt Slap were able to showcase every single time. And the Papis came into this with the 1-game advantage, but the Belt Slap didn't care. They take it in 3, a little bit of a lengthy game 1, and then it seemed much more controlled in games 2 and 3 that they were going to win it. And unfortunately for the Papis, that means they are knocked down. Still number 2 here in Europe as Belt Slap reclaims their crown. And now we get to go to North America to figure out who can do the same thing. Gone to Tahiti, Baskin of the Boys. Whoever wins goes up against Locked and Goated later in the day. And, it's very much a similar story. You've got the SOC team kind of making a huge splash. The only difference is that we're maybe expecting a little bit more out of Gone to Tahiti than what we got to see out of Smiley Face. Anything in particular you're looking forward to for the rest of the day?
I'm just looking forward to some fantastic SMITE. I mean, if this first 2 games is anything to go by, it should be an absolutely cracking day.
Absolutely. I think what we've seen out of Europe has been already phenomenal. Some lengthier games as it came through, but I like the fact that the finals did prove one thing wrong, and that's that the lengthy European games can still have a lot of kills in it. Of course, North America has been nothing but fights. We'll have to see if that's what we're going to end up facing on the other side of this break.